they are needed will expose who they are, where the cover-ups are, and who is responsible. Every single perpetrator should be hunted down and jailed. I have no time for the grandstanders.
To serve President Trump and our nation's Secretary of Treasury. I think by any reasonable test of qualifications, he excels beyond the bare minimum to the highest level of excellence. But that's just my opinion. So my goal here today is to tell you a little bit about him. You've heard from the chairman about his success in the financial world, about his academic qualifications. He was born in Little River, South Carolina. Why do they call it Little River? Because it's little, and it's a river. It's in Horry County. How many of you heard of Myrtle Beach? Most of you. Well, this is somewhere between Conway and Myrtle Beach. At 9 years old, his first job was to set up beach chairs and umbrellas in North Myrtle Beach. And apparently you did well there, because North Myrtle Beach is thriving. He went to North Myrtle Beach High School, and he was voted most likely to succeed in 1980. And we have a high school classmate of his. What did they see in him? The same thing I see. Someone who really is talented and works hard and just a good person. The type of people that you think are going to succeed, but you hope succeed. So he lives in Charleston, in a really nice place. Going from Little River to Charleston is about a 2.5-hour drive, but it's a real change. Since I represent South Carolina, I like them both very much. He's married, John, his husband's right behind me. They have 2 kids, Caroline and Cole, and they're absolutely adorable. And from a South Carolina point of view, we're really proud of Scott. I was over the top happy when President Trump picked him, because I know him. I know where he came from. The rich and powerful don't live in Little River. This is truly the American dream. This man has been successful at everything he's ever tried to do. He's worked really hard. And why did President Trump pick him? Because he believes that President Trump's economic agenda is good for this country, and he wants to help President Trump be successful. And here's what Scott said. I think it's the melding of economic policy with national security. Economic policy and national security are now indispensable, and Donald Trump understands that. So I'm here to tell you, folks, I agree with that. If we don't have energy independence, we're less safe. If we don't get our debt in order, we're less safe. I am known around here as kind of a national security guy, but I do understand economic policy matters. If you want to clean up the environment, a carbon fee seems to be a good way to do it, to punish China and India for bad carbon practices. Call it a tariff, call it whatever you want to do. So President Trump won. I'm here today because he won. I'm here today because Scott lives in South Carolina. I'm here today to tell you, if you use qualifications as your test, this is the easiest vote you'll ever take. If your goal is to play like the election didn't happen, then I guess you'll vote no. That's just where we're headed in the Senate. When you lose an election, you get up and dust yourself off and you get ready for the next one. But I was honored when he asked me to introduce him, because I know this man, and America will be in good hands if he's our Secretary of Treasury. He deserves this job, he's qualified for this job, and President Trump, thank you for picking him. On behalf of all of us in South Carolina, we're extremely proud of you, and we wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Graham. We appreciate you giving this introduction, and you are now excused, as is our practice. And Mr. Bessent, before we turn it over to you for your opening statement, I have 4 questions that we ask all nominees who come before this committee. The first is there anything that you are aware of in your background that might present a conflict of interest with the duties of the office to which you have been nominated?
No, sir.
Second, do you know of any reason, personal or otherwise, that would in any way prevent you from fully and honorably discharging the responsibilities of the office to which you have been nominated?
No, sir.
Third, do you agree without reservation to respond to any reasonable summons to appear and testify before any duly constituted committee of the Congress if you are confirmed?
Yes, sir.
And finally, do you commit to provide a prompt response in writing to any question addressed to you by any senator on this committee?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Again, welcome to the committee, Mr. Bessent, and you may make your opening statement.
Good. Thank you. Chairman Crapo, Ranking Member Wyden, members of the Finance Committee. It's an honor and a privilege to be considered by this committee as the President's nominee for the Secretary of the Treasury. I want to thank all of you who took the time to meet with me over the past few weeks. I want to thank my spouse, John Freeman, who is here today, and my wonderful children, Cole and Caroline,
Mike, I'm not sure if Mike's working.
who are sitting behind me.
Mr. Bessent, could you pull the microphone a little closer to you?
Who are sitting behind me for the ultimate civics lesson. I want to acknowledge 3 people who couldn't be here today. My 98-year-old mother-in-law, Celine Freeman, a World War II French war bride of an American soldier who lives with us in Charleston, South Carolina, making for a 3-generation household. My sister, Paige McLeod Bessent, who doesn't like crowds and prefers the mountains of South Carolina to large cities, and my recently deceased sister, Wynn Bessent, who worked tirelessly as a public defender in one of South Carolina's poorest counties. I also want to thank President Donald Trump for having placed his trust and confidence in me for such an important role in his administration. While I've met with many of you, most Americans watching at home will be unfamiliar with my background. I have been blessed with a fulfilling and successful career, but my presence here today was far from predetermined. I was born and raised in the South Carolina Lowcountry. My father fell into extreme financial difficulty when I was young. When I was 9 years old, I started working 2 summer jobs, and I haven't stopped working since. I eventually made my way to Yale. I accepted my first internship in finance because the job came with a pull-out sofa in the office to sleep on, which allowed me to live in New York City rent-free. I've been involved in the financial markets ever since. I've been fortunate enough to work with some of the world's greatest investors in a career that has taken me to almost 60 countries over 40 years. My life has been the only in America story that I am determined to preserve for future generations. Today, I believe that President Trump has a generational opportunity to unleash a new economic golden age that will create more jobs, wealth, and prosperity for all Americans. My life's work in the private sector has given me a deep understanding of the economy and markets. And while this experience will be invaluable in crafting economic policy, I have long adhered to the principle that you should know what you don't know and lean on those who do. Having never served in government, I intend, if confirmed, to be in close contact with each of you in your offices and seek your counsel. The Treasury Department plays a critical role in protecting American national security. We must secure supply chains that are vulnerable to strategic competitors, and we must carefully deploy sanctions as part of a whole-of-government approach to address our national security requirements. And critically, we must ensure that the U.S. dollar remains the world's reserve currency. Today, Americans face significant challenges in an economy that has not created enough opportunities for working men and women. We have an affordability crisis, a housing shortage, and for the first time in my lifetime, parents feel as though the American dream is slipping away from their children. The federal government has a significant spending problem, driving deficits that have averaged an historically high 7% of GDP during the past 4 years. We must work to get our fiscal house in order and adjust federal domestic discretionary spending that has grown by an astonishing 40% over the past 4 years. Productive investment that grows the economy must be prioritized over wasteful spending that drives inflation. As we begin 2025, Americans are barreling towards an economic crisis at year-end. If Congress fails to act, Americans will face the largest tax increase in history, a crushing $4 trillion tax hike. We must make permanent the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and implement new pro-growth policies to reduce the tax burden on American manufacturers, service workers, and seniors. I've already spoken with several members of the committee, as well as leaders of the House, about the best approach to achieving these important goals together. As President Trump has said, we will unleash the American economy by implementing pro-growth regulatory policies, reducing taxes, and unleashing American energy production. The breadth and depth of our capital markets, along with predictable pro-growth tax policy and smart updated regulation, will continue to make America the most popular destination in the world for starting, growing, and taking public a business. And as we rebuild our economy and lay the foundation for the next generation of American competitiveness, we must use all the tools available to realign the economic system to better serve the interest of working Americans. For too long, our nation has allowed unfair distortions in the international trading system. President Trump was the first president in modern times to recognize the need to change our trade policy and stand up for American workers. If confirmed, I look forward to working with President Trump and members of this committee to do just that. Members of the committee, these are just some of many important goals that President Trump has laid out for me and others on his economic team. I firmly believe that if confirmed, and with your counsel and support, we can usher in a new, more balanced era of prosperity that will lift up all Americans and rebuild communities and families across the country. I humbly thank you for your consideration and am eager to take your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bessent. Before I begin my questions, I want to reemphasize how appreciative I am of your diligence in the process that we've gone through vetting here in this Senate. I appreciate the more than 3,000 pages of supporting material you've provided, as well as the countless hours you and your staff have offered to respond to questions from members of this committee. Let me be clear. You followed all of the applicable law and met the committee's long-standing diligence standard. Your process matched that which has applied to nominees in every previous administration. And I want to go in my first question to you to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which Senator Wyden and I have both mentioned already, and you've mentioned in your remarks. The attack on this statute, this law, which is law, I remind everybody it is the law now, it was passed in 2017, is that it was a tax cut for the wealthy. I appreciate you, Mr. Bessent, noting that it will be a $4+ trillion tax increase if we do not extend this law. And a point that I would remind all of my colleagues is that if that $4+ trillion tax increase happens, it's not just going to be something that impacts the wealthy. It is $2.6 trillion of it. The majority of it falls on people who make less $400,000 for a family with 2 taxpayers, under $400,000 per year. That's the number that President Biden chose to say he wanted to protect it. $2.6 trillion of this tax cut hits those making less than $400,000. Moreover, massive amounts of it hit pass-through entities, small businesses across this country. This is not a tax cut for the wealthy that we're talking about. It is a tax increase on all Americans, the majority of whom are in the lower and middle income categories. My question to you is, one of our pivotal tasks is to make sure that this tax increase does not happen. Can you give us your perspective on the impact that would occur in this country if we allowed this $4 trillion tax increase to happen?
Senator Crapo, thank you for this, and thank you for the meetings over the past few weeks. I've enjoyed working with your staff, and this is the single most important economic issue of the day. This is pass-fail. That if we do not fix these tax cuts, if we do not renew and extend, then we will be facing an economic calamity. And as always, with financial instability, that falls on the middle and working class people. We will see a gigantic middle class tax increase. We will see the child tax credit halved. We will see the deductions halved. So it will be what we call in economics, it has the potential for a sudden stop. And as I said, traditionally with these sudden stops, it falls on working Americans.
Thank you. And I would just say to you, you may be aware of this, but the Tax Foundation has indicated that if we do sustain these tax cuts and protect them from expiring and stop this tax increase, that the extension of this policy would increase the growth of the GDP in the United States by 1.1% over time. Similarly, and I don't know how they came up with the same number, but the National Association of Manufacturers indicates that if we don't extend this tax relief, that there will be a 1.1% reduction in growth of jobs and development in our economy. It seems to me that as we are talking about what to do for America, that protecting America from a 1% reduction versus a 1% growth in GDP is a critical objective. Could you just give a little bit of perspective? I know you've just answered this question in another context, but could you just give a little bit more perspective on those kinds of dynamics? And I'm sorry, I'm going to try to keep to 5 minutes, and we've only got about 15 seconds left of mine, and I want to be sure everybody else stays on time, so I will too. Could you quickly respond?
Well, Senator, I would just say that we saw the power of these tax cuts in 18, 19, and going into January of 20 before they were interrupted by COVID, and the great success that we had.
Thank you. Senator Wyden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me say to the nominee, I've got 4 questions that I'm going to ask, and if we both can keep it brief, I think we can get to all of them, because I think it really frames for us what the debate is all about. I'm going to start by talking about the future of direct file. This is the program that helps our people who choose it to save hundreds of dollars when they file their tax return. Last year, the IRS launched it. It was enormously popular among taxpayers, but of course, the tax software giants and their big lobby just hate it. They want to shut it down. Now, the filing season starts January 27th, so it opens in 10 days, and millions of taxpayers around the country have already been notified that they are going to be eligible to use direct file this year. So I won't do this for every question, but I'd really like a yes or no on this one. Will you commit to keeping direct file up and running if you're confirmed?
I will commit that for this tax season, that direct file will be operative, and the American taxpayers who choose
week for this administration, making good on the President's commitment to use every minute, every day of every week that we had to get results. When I came down here on my first full day in office, back when I had a little bit less gray hair, as my daughter likes to point out, I spoke about how the work that we do to keep the American people and the world informed through you, with you, could not be more important. Most of us have traveled, well, more than 1 million miles now together. We've done it with a remarkable press corps, people that I've gotten to know as colleagues. If I said friends, that might actually create problems for you, but let me simply say how much I appreciate the partnership, the professionalism, the work that we've done. I have even greater respect, even greater appreciation for you asking the tough questions, for you holding us to account, being on the receiving end. Sometimes that's not always the most comfortable thing, not always the most enjoyable thing, but it is the most necessary thing in our democracy.
Reporters in Gaza were on the receiving end of your bombs. Why did you keep the
So,
bombs flowing when we had a deal?
I'm happy to address questions.
We all knew we had a deal. Everyone in this room knows we had a deal, Tony, and you kept the bombs flowing.
I'm happy to address questions when we get a chance. Thank you.
Based order on the mantle of your commitment to Zionism. Did you want to finish? Why did
Yeah.
you allow my friends to be massacred? Why did you?
I'm
allow
happy
my
to
friends
address
go to
your
Gaza
questions when we
had a
get to
deal?
questions. Thank you.
Hey,
Thank you.
You helped destroy our religion, Judaism, by associating
Yeah, I have a
with
statement.
fascism.
Yeah, I have a statement to make. Thank you.
You waved the white flag before Netanyahu. You waved the white flag before Israeli fascism.
I look forward to taking questions when I get a chance to finish my statement. Thank you.
Your grandfather was an Israel lobbyist. Are you compromised by Israel? Why did you allow the Holocaust of our time to happen? How does it feel to have your legacy be genocide? How does it feel to have your legacy be genocide? You too, Matt. You smirk through the whole thing every day. You smirk through a genocide.
Thank you. And thank you, Matt. Now, I've got a few more things to say, and I'm happy to take any question about anything, as we've done these past 4 years. And indeed, I'll talk a little bit about the developments the last few days as well. But I first really wanted to say thank you to each and every one of you. And also thank you to,
maybe not everyone.
Well, okay, there's an asterisk, and yes, thank you, Matt Lee. But also to a remarkable press team here, led by Matt Miller, who do the work every day of trying to make sure that you're informed, the American people are informed. Let me also just take a step back before diving into the developments of this week, these last days, just to consider how far we've come over these past 4 years, and also to think a little bit about where we might be going from here. When President Biden took office, the United States faced the worst public health crisis in more than a century. It faced the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression, and unprecedented breaches with allies and partners around the world. Our adversaries saw a historic opportunity to work together to challenge our interests, to challenge our global standing, to challenge the international system of rules and principles on which our security and prosperity depend. First time I had an opportunity to speak at length in this role, I laid out how we would work to leverage American diplomacy to safeguard and accelerate America's renewal, how we would reimagine and revitalize our greatest strategic asset, our unmatched network of allies and partners, to deliver on issues that actually matter in the lives of our fellow citizens, matter in their livelihoods, matter in their futures, and to defend against increasingly assertive and aggressive revisionist authoritarian powers. And also, how we'd modernize our own diplomacy to try to deliver on these priorities, to ensure that this department is ready to meet the tests of a more contested, a more complicated, a more combustible world. As President Biden emphasized when he was here on Monday, thanks to historic investments at home and around the world, the United States can now operate from a position of greater strength to tackle all of these challenges. Our adversaries and competitors are weaker. Our strategy of renewal is to set the stage for America to win the fierce competition, to shape a new era of international affairs to the benefit of our people, to the benefit of people around the world. And I think this week was another reminder, both of the power and the purpose of American leadership and American diplomacy. Over 15 months of devastating conflict between Israel and Hamas, we've worked to broker a deal that would bring hostages home, that would stop the fighting, that would surge humanitarian aid to people who so desperately need it, that would create the space to conclude a permanent ceasefire. We now have that, and we expect implementation of the agreement to begin on Sunday. As President Biden said yesterday, after more than 400 days of struggle, a day of success has arrived. I want to thank our fellow mediators, Qatar and Egypt, for their extraordinary partnership. And I want to thank my colleagues, in particular, Jake Sullivan, Bill Burns, Brett McGurk, for their remarkable skill, tireless dedication over these many months of negotiation.
Will you recognize the Geneva Conventions apply to the Palestinians?
And again, I'm happy to address questions when we have a chance. I'm happy to address questions in a moment. Thank you. This is a moment of tremendous relief for Israelis and Palestinians alike. The daughter of one hostage spoke for many when she said, "I can't wait to see them come back to their families. I'm so desperate to see them." A mother of 5 displaced from Gaza City said simply, "We are being reborn." It's also a moment of historic possibility for the region and well beyond. It's going to take tremendous effort, political courage, compromise to realize that possibility, to try to ensure that the gains that have been achieved over the past 15 months at enormous, excruciating cost are actually enduring, to manage the still profound risks, to deliver on the promise of a more integrated Middle East. And simply put, to forge this reality, there are 2 immediate imperatives. First, to fully implement the ceasefire deal. And then second, to finalize a plan, an effective plan, as I spelled out earlier this week, that provides for Gaza's transitional governance, its security, its reconstruction, and that can make the halt in fighting endure. Delivering on these 2 priorities will in turn create the conditions for Israel and Saudi Arabia to normalize relations between them, which will require a credible pathway to a Palestinian state. On each of these imperatives, we've delivered concrete progress and we've laid a foundation for success, which we will hand over to the incoming administration. Together, they represent a historic opportunity to advance the long-term interests of the United States, our partners in the region, and around the Middle East. In Ukraine as well, we've seen the results of steadfast American leadership. We rallied and kept together some 50 countries to help Ukraine defend itself from Putin's war of aggression. Through Ukrainian courage and also Western resolve and firepower, Ukraine repelled Russia's invasion and took back half the territory it originally seized. We've marshaled commitments from countries around the world that will help Ukraine deter and defend against future attacks and stand on its own feet militarily, economically, democratically. We've also imposed the most ambitious sanctions and export controls ever on Russia, cutting off its biggest banks, reducing dramatically Europe's reliance on Russian energy, oil and gas, almost to zero at this point. As a result of some of our latest sanctions, Russian oil tankers are piling up along the Chinese coast, unable to offload. Ukraine will continue to stand as an independent, democratic nation anchored in the West with the freedom to choose its own future. If we sustain our support for Ukraine, if we continue to exacerbate Putin's growing manpower and economic dilemmas, we can continue to help Ukrainians gain leverage to negotiate a just and secure peace. Now, I got back from what was my 21st trip to the Indo-Pacific in this job just a short while ago, a region where the United States is now competing from a position of strength. We brought our regional allies together, our partners together, around a shared vision for a free and open Indo-Pacific, where goods and ideas and people flow freely, where rules are applied fairly and transparently, where countries are free to choose both their own path and their own partners. We enhanced bilateral relationships with our core treaty allies, with Japan, South Korea, Australia, the Philippines. We forged a new era of trilateral cooperation with Japan and Korea, with Japan and the Philippines as well. We re-energized the Quad with Japan, India, Australia, strengthened our relationships with ASEAN, the Pacific Island countries, elevated partnerships with Vietnam and Indonesia. As the DPRK and the PRC continue to fuel Putin's war of aggression against Ukraine, underscoring how European and Asian security are indivisible, we've also built enduring bridges between our Pacific and Atlantic allies and partners. Australia, Japan, and South Korea have provided important support to Ukraine. In 2021, European allies were on the verge of signing a massive trade agreement with China. Now they're coordinating with us on everything from investment screening mechanisms to supply chain resilience to pushing back on China's overcapacity and unfair trade practices. At the same time, we've managed our competition with China responsibly so it doesn't veer into conflict, while also cooperating on challenges where the world expects great powers to lead and where it's clearly in the interest of the American people, from climate change to fentanyl. We've also demonstrated that other countries can rely on the United States to tackle some of our biggest shared challenges and deliver on some of our own on their own national aspirations, preventing disease outbreaks, enhancing food security, accelerating the clean energy transition, bringing together a global coalition of more than 160 countries to address the synthetic opioid crisis. As we celebrate the return of hostages in Gaza, including Americans, as we look to relief for the people of Gaza, I'm also thinking of all those U.S. citizens who are held wrongfully, who are hostage in countries around the world. I carried with me.
Miller says he doesn't know about the Hannibal directive.
Again, I'm happy to address questions in a few more minutes. I look forward to answering questions in a few more minutes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Let him answer some questions.
I look forward to answering questions. Thank you.
Instead of making another speech every day.
Sir, would you like to be escorted out?
Go away.
You don't have the responsibility to tell me where to go. Do you want to be escorted out or not?
I want to
Thank you.
answer questions.
I look forward to answering questions in a minute.
I'm a
Thank you.
journalist. I'm not a potted plant.
Everyone will have an opportunity to ask a question in just a minute. Thank you.
Miller has explicitly told me he will not answer my questions. I'm justified
So-
in what I'm doing.
I have no greater pleasure in this job than crossing off a list I carry in my pocket, the names of those who had been arbitrarily detained and unfairly held hostage, unjustly held hostage, and bringing them home, returning them to their families, returning them to their loved ones. Finally, I just wanted to share this morning.
Get your hands off me. Get your hands off me. Get your hands off me. Answer a damn question.
I look forward to answering questions in a few minutes.
You know about Israel's nuclear weapons, everybody from the ICJ. I was sitting here quietly, and now I'm being manhandled by 2 or 3 people. You pontificate about a free press. You pontificate about a free press. You are hurting me. You are hurting me. You are hurting me. I am asking questions after being told by Matt Miller that he will not answer my questions until I'm asking.
Please, sir, respect the process. We'll have an opportunity to take questions in a few minutes.
Wasn't the point of the May 31st statement to block the ICJ orders? You blocked the ICJ orders.
Please, sir, respect the process. Thank you.
Oh, respect the process. Respect this process while everybody from Amnesty International. From Amnesty International to the ICJ saying that Israel's doing genocide and extermination, and you're telling me to respect the process. Criminal, why aren't you in The Hague? Why aren't you in The Hague? Why aren't you in The Hague?
Finally, we've worked to modernize our diplomacy so that we're more agile, we're more effective, we're more prepared for the challenges of a new era. We've reorganized this department to lead on issues that increasingly animate our diplomacy, whether it's emerging technology, public health, strategic competition, economic statecraft. We've embraced new tools and approaches, from integrating data and AI into the work that we do, strengthening our capacity to anticipate, to plan for risks, as well as opportunities in this more volatile world. Maybe most important, we've invested in our people, improving our hiring and retention practices, diversifying our workforce, strengthening our training, providing more support to employees throughout their careers. We've hired the largest Foreign Service Officer class in more than a decade, and we've grown our Civil Service Corps at the fastest rate in more than 20 years. It was gratifying to me, and I think to everyone in this department, that among the first and last stops President Biden made in his tenure was right here at the State Department. I think that is powerful evidence of the trust that he placed in us to carry out this country's foreign policy. Our diplomats represent this country with exceptional skill, with professionalism, with heart. They often do so at great personal sacrifice, little fanfare, in some of the world's most challenging environments. It has been, simply put, the greatest of honors to be able to work shoulder to shoulder with them. These past 4 years, there have also been moments of disappointment, of hardship, of heartbreak. But I leave this job knowing that we spent every day thinking about and working toward what we believe is best for our people, the citizens we have the immense privilege of representing. And I'm confident we leave office with our country and with this department in a much stronger position than we found it. Now, with that, one last time, I look forward to taking some questions. Mr. Miller.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary, and thank you for the very opening comments about the work, the cooperation with us, the press corps. Even when we haven't always been satisfied or with the answers, we do certainly appreciate your willingness to engage with us, and so thank you for that. I want to start, actually I only have one question. Exactly 16 years ago today, January 16th, 2009, former outgoing Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice had her final press briefing here. And all of the questions she got were about Israel and Gaza. Every single one of them. And she said, we were working on an enduring ceasefire. She was about to sign an agreement with then Foreign Minister Livni that would move toward that way. She was working with international partners. Names have changed, but countries pretty much the same: Egypt, the Europeans, the Gulf Arab states, and so. 16 years ago, we were in the same situation that we're in now, particularly because this ceasefire, current one, still seems to be in limbo. I'm wondering if you can point to any progress that has been made over the course of the Bush administration, the Obama administration. Has there been anything that has changed or given you hope? Because we're basically back in the same position we were 16 years ago.
Yeah. Thank you, Matt. This is a long story. It's an enduring story. It's a story that is not likely to end anytime soon. And if you go back over the course of many administrations, not only Secretary Rice, but so many of our predecessors and so many of her successors, and now me, this is a story that we've been engaged in one way or another. And I think each of us has probably brought the conviction to it that we could and should do everything possible to try to get to and write a better conclusion, a good conclusion for the story. And so many of us, for many years, have labored to do just that. I think one of the lessons that we have to take away is that as resourceful and as powerful as we are, at the end of the day, we can't make decisions for others. They have to make them. They have to make hard choices. They have to take chances. We can do everything possible to push, to prod, to encourage, to support, but ultimately the decision lies with those most directly concerned. That's one thing. But the second thing is, and I believe this strongly, there's also no substitute for our engagement, for the efforts that we make in trying to move this forward and get to a better place. And yes, we have absolutely seen both progress and promise. And the question is whether leaders on all sides, with the people behind them, will find a way to seize on those opportunities. So, as I laid out in some detail just the other day, when we took office, we were very focused on pursuing greater integration in the region as the real answer to creating more security, more peace, more opportunity for people. Not trying to change individual countries, governments, societies, but bringing them closer together. And before October 7th, we'd done a lot of work on this integration, building on the Abraham Accords of the first Trump administration, pointing toward the normalization of relations between Saudi Arabia and Israel. And as you all know, we were all planning to go to Saudi Arabia and Israel because we'd made so much progress on the normalization accords on October 10th, a trip that of course didn't happen, to do two things: to try to help finalize agreements that were necessary to get to normalization, and as part of that, to find a clearer way forward a pathway to a Palestinian state. Vital to Saudi Arabia, very important to us as well. Even with everything that's happened since October 7th, I believe strongly, including from my many conversations with leaders in the region, whether it's in Israel, in Saudi Arabia, or beyond, that the desire to pursue integration, the desire to bring countries together, remains strong, remains powerful, and can be a driving force for finally resolving some of these other questions, including the Palestinian question. Israel's deepest desire from day one of its founding was to be treated like any other country in the region, to have normal relations. And it's been demonstrated that that's possible and desired. But it requires, among other things, ending the conflict in Gaza, which we are now on the verge of doing as a result of everything that we have put into this. An agreement that President Biden put forward before the world in May, got the entire world to endorse. And in the months since, we've been working to negotiate the final details and get it implemented, and that's where we are now. So, end Gaza is one, and then yes, a credible pathway to a Palestinian state is two, and leaders will have to summon the vision and the courage to do that. I laid out some ideas for how you can get there just the other day, but I believe that is possible. I believe the driving desire for integration is something that can carry this forward. Finally, I'll say this. We've also seen, as a result of so much of the work that we've done, what the possibilities are. For Israel, when it was attacked in an unprecedented way by Iran, a direct attack with hundreds of missiles, hundreds of drones. Not only did we come to Israel's active defense for the first time ever, we brought other countries along to do that, including countries in the region. And Israel now sees powerfully what it stands to gain from greater integration in the region, including in a common security architecture. All can see that this is a way to effectively isolate the troublemaker in the region, Iran. So all of that is there, all of that is possible, and I think for the incoming administration, it'll be important to continue to show, here's one path, and what can be achieved by following that path. And then there's another, which is perpetual violence, destruction, terrorism, despair for people. That's the choice. I think we've now put in place and done the work that handing it off can be used to build a strong foundation and move down that much more positive path.
Leon. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for your service. Thank you for doing this. I trust you're not going to miss the million of miles that you've done in the last 4 years, and that you're happy to finally see your children. I wanted to ask you on Gaza, of course. You mentioned a tremendous relief in the region, both with Palestinians and Israel. There seems to be uncertainty for the ceasefire, and basically it was announced yesterday, and it's supposed to be implemented on Sunday. That's 4 days, quite a long time. Israel has led new strikes upon Gaza today or overnight. How confident are you that this ceasefire is actually going to happen? And if I may, just a broader question, or after the 4 years, or your 4 years, and now that your tenure is coming up, what is your proudest accomplishment in these 4 years, and what is your biggest disappointment?
So on the ceasefire, yes, I am confident, and I fully expect that implementation will begin, as we said, on Sunday. Look, it's not exactly surprising that in a process and a negotiation that has been this challenging and this fraught, you may get a loose end. We're tying up that loose end as we speak. I've been on the phone in one way or another all morning with Brett McGurk, with our Qatari friends, and I'm very confident that this is moving forward, and we'll see the start of implementation of the agreement on Sunday. In terms of my own tenure and what I take from it, and I think there'll be plenty of opportunity to reflect on that in the weeks and months ahead. Look, in terms of satisfaction, as I said at the outset, we came in knowing that we had to reset the foundation for American diplomacy and American foreign policy. And resetting that foundation meant, as I've said, re-engaging, rejuvenating, reimagining these alliances and partnerships. It's the greatest strength that we bring to virtually every issue we have to tackle around the world. These voluntary partnerships and alliances that have stood us in such good stead over so many years, and I think are vital to effectively operating in this more complicated, this more contested, this more combustible world. And that's exactly what we did. But the point is not doing that for the sake of doing it. The point is doing it for the sake of more effectively dealing with the world we're operating in, and I think we've demonstrated that. When Ukraine was attacked by Russia, because of the investments that we've made in our partnerships and our alliances, we were able to bring together 50 countries, keep them together, and marshal their focus and their resources on helping to defend Ukraine. And we've done that very successfully. And we've done that in a way where many other countries picked up the burden. When it comes to maybe the biggest systemic challenge that we face in the international system, and that is China and the capacity that it has, uniquely, whether it's militarily, whether it's economically, whether it's diplomatically, to reshape the international order, what we've been able to do through these stronger alliances and partnerships is to focus other countries in ways that we haven't seen before on how to deal effectively with the challenges posed by China. We have much greater convergence between us and partners in Europe, between us and partners in Asia, among all of us in confronting these challenges. And I listed a few areas in which we're working much more closely together. And as I've said before, when you bring just the United States to the table, well, we have a lot of weight, but when it comes to economic issues, for example, where China's engaged in unfair practices, where it's engaged in overcapacity to try to drown our industries, our communities, our workers with their products, well, when we're taking that on and we're doing it alone, we're 20% of world GDP. When we're doing that in concert with allies and partners across Europe and Asia who are similarly aggrieved by these practices, well, we're 50–60% of world GDP, and it's a lot more effective in getting China to change its conduct. So those are just two ways in which we've used this investment in our allies and partners to get real results, to tackle real problems, to meet real challenges. And again, through so many of the issues that are affecting the lives of our people, we brought countries together in a way that's going to have a material impact on making things better. I mentioned earlier the coalition we built on synthetic opioids, on fentanyl. You've heard me say this before. The #1 killer of Americans aged 18 to 45 is fentanyl. And it's by definition a problem that has to be tackled cooperatively with other countries, because the ingredients that go into making it may be made halfway around the world. They come close to our borders. They get synthesized into fentanyl. They come into the United States. They kill people. So the fact that we brought all of these countries together, now working in close concert to deal with this problem, that's going to have a material benefit on the lives of the American people. In these ways and so many more, what I take satisfaction is that we now can approach each of these problems from a position of much greater strength, much greater effectiveness. Disappointments? Yeah, of course. There are always many. There's always the things that you didn't get done. There's always the coulda, woulda, shoulda that you ask yourself. But I think it's also important to take a minute and take stock of what we actually have done, what the men and women of this department have achieved. Would I have wished, do I wish we could have gotten the ceasefire agreement months ago? Of course. The suffering since, the lives lost since? Sure. Could have been avoided if we'd gotten this over the line sooner. But in something as complex, as complicated, where different events have intervened and the work that we had done, the progress we were making toward bringing it to conclusion was delayed or derailed, as the President again said yesterday, almost every time you're trying to deal with something this hard, and as George Mitchell put it so well in the context of Northern Ireland peace, you're going to have many, many days of setback and struggle before you get to that final day of success. But every one of those days of setback and struggle is necessary to get you to the day of success.
Thank you for your service, and thank you for taking our questions over the last 4 years. Since the Gaza war erupted, there has been a flood of reports supporting videos and evidence of potential IHL violations by Israel, and yet your department has refrained from making a definitive assessment. There's a sense out there that you gave Israel a pass on this issue and that that's part of the administration's legacy. Is there any chance you will deliver a definitive assessment on this in your final days? And if I may, on another region, we're reporting that the U.S. will impose sanctions on Sudan's Burhan today. Could you confirm whether the administration will take that step, and why do this now, and why wait till now?
Okay. Thank you. We and I take very seriously the work that we do, and we have a responsibility to do to assess in any place whether violations of international humanitarian law are occurring, war crimes, other abuses of international law, international norms, international practice. And that's what we continue to do every day, whether it's in the Middle East, Gaza, or in many other places around the world. And I'll come to that because your question about Sudan goes there as well. In Gaza, we faced a uniquely challenging situation in trying to make final determinations. Because uniquely in Gaza, besides having a population that's been trapped there, that has nowhere else to go, you have an enemy that embeds itself in and among civilians, houses, hospitals, mosques, schools, and getting a clear picture and a clear understanding of whether any one incident in that context constitutes a violation of international law in one way or another is an incredibly complicated thing to do, especially to do in real time. So we continue to gather the information, we continue to assess it. If we have any conclusions that we can draw in the time that remains, we will. I'd also point out that in Israel itself, there are hundreds of cases that are being investigated. They have a process, they have procedures, they have rule of law, and we also look to them to carry out that process, to carry out the rule of law themselves. That's the hallmark of any democracy. We have reported in a number of ways on what we've seen, including in the NSM report. We've taken actions in a variety of ways in a variety of places, particularly, for example, in the West Bank, where we've seen abuses committed by extremist settlers against Palestinians, and for the first time have taken action against them. And I believe and trust that this process will continue, and as we are able to reach results, we will. When it comes to Sudan, you know the actions we took in the direction of the RSF just a few days ago. The SAF has also committed war crimes, and it continues to target civilians. It's obstructed the advancement of peace process. It's refused to participate on numerous occasions in ceasefire talks that we've sought to convene. And together with the RSF, it's caused what is the world's worst humanitarian crisis that people are suffering through every day. And we believe strongly, as we said, there's no military solution to this conflict. So we have to see two things. We have to see the effective provision of humanitarian assistance to people who need it. We've been working very hard on that. We've seen some progress, but not nearly enough. And we have to see the end of the firing, the end of this conflict. And there we've seen virtually no progress. So in this situation, we're able much more clearly to account for actions that are taken. There's no ambiguity about the environment in which both sides are operating and what the results of the actions that they've taken actually are, both in terms of the horrific consequences for human life and what that means under our law and under international law.
Michelle.
Follow up on that, thank you. Is the RSF and Burhan, are they equally responsible for mass atrocities? And are these sanctions a sign of a failure of diplomacy? And then real quickly on the Middle East, how would you describe your dealings these past 15 months with Netanyahu?
So on the RSF and the SAF, the actions we took on the RSF, as you know, had a determination of genocide. The actions that we're looking at for the SAF go to war crimes, so there are gradations in these things, and we follow the law. We look at the criteria. We look at this intensely with our lawyers, with our experts, in order to make these determinations, guided, as I said, by the criteria. The end result is, one way or another, people are suffering grievously in Sudan. It is, again, the worst humanitarian crisis in the world, and we have been deeply engaged with our diplomacy to try to bring it to an end. We haven't to date. But as I've said, part of our challenge in any of these situations is to keep working through it, to keep pushing, to keep pressing, to get to that one day of success. It is, for me, yes, another real regret that when it comes to Sudan, we haven't been able on our watch to get to that day of success. As I said, some improvements in getting humanitarian assistance in through our diplomacy, but not an end to the conflict, not an end to the abuses, not an end to the suffering of people. We'll keep working it for the next 3 days, and I hope the next administration will take that on as well. On the last 15 months, look, one of the things I think is really important is, as a general matter, to focus less on personalities and on people and more on policies. And what is it that we can do? What is it we should do to affect those policies? And so what we've been working on over the last 15 months since October 7th was to help shape the response in a way that accomplished 3 basic things. One, of course, to try to ensure that October 7th could never happen again, and to make good on our commitment to Israel's security. 2, to prevent a wider war, a broader conflict that drew in more countries, more groups, both because that would bring even more death and destruction, and because it was exactly what Hamas was looking for: get that wider war, be able to have others attacking Israel, and to allow Hamas to continue to do what it was doing. And third, of course, was to try to do right by the people who were caught in the middle of this crossfire that Hamas initiated: the children, the women, the men of Gaza, with better protection for them, with more assistance for them. And that's what we've been focused on these 15 months. None of that changes what's happened, but it has put us now in a position where there is the real possibility for moving this to a better place. The immediate possibility, more than possibility now, the immediate reality of finally moving Gaza to a better place, finally getting hostages home, finally getting relief that people need, finally having an opportunity to have an enduring ceasefire, but also, as I was talking about with Matt before, in the region, as a result of the extraordinary setbacks that all of these actors who are responsible for the death, the carnage, the inability to make progress, the setbacks that they've encountered, whether it's Iran, whether it's Hezbollah, whether it's Hamas. So that creates a real moment of opportunity. And as I said, we've done everything we can to put in place, to make the investments and the plans necessary to take advantage of that opportunity. We're handing them off, and my hope, as I said, is the administration that's coming in will continue them.
Ginny.
Mr. Secretary, on shaping those policies, looking back, is there anything you would have changed in how you negotiate to shape those policies? And do you regret not being firmer on the red lines you gave to Israel on humanitarian aid and civilian harm, given the state of Gaza right now?
So again, a few things that I think are important, at least that I take away from this. One is, it's I think a mistake to ascribe to any one individual or any small number of individuals policies that, in the case of Gaza, were basically supported by an overwhelming majority of Israelis after the trauma of October 7th. This is a deeply traumatized society, just as Palestinian society is deeply traumatized by everything that's followed October 7th. And if you don't understand that or don't factor that in, it's really challenging to make progress. So I think we've looked at that, we've understood that, and as I said, we had certain priorities that the President set that we've tried to carry forward in approaching everything we've done since October 7th, and we are now in a place where we're finally, I think, making good on those priorities. As I mentioned, one of them was to avoid a broader war with more countries coming in. And at various moments throughout these last 15 months, we've been right on the edge of having that wider war. And because of American diplomacy, because of American deterrence, because of America's ability to mobilize others, we've avoided it. When we had those unprecedented attacks by Iran on Israel, we marshaled other countries to come to Israel's defense. And then, when it came to Israel's response, we shaped it in a way that it was strong, but also calibrated, so that Iran's air defenses were taken out, but we didn't have actions that were escalatory and that produced a wider war. And that didn't just happen, it was the product, again, of American diplomacy and American deterrence. Throughout the 15 months on the humanitarian situation, when, and again, in an environment that is unique, which doesn't obviate Israel's responsibilities, doesn't excuse things that haven't been done that should have been done, but is important because operating in that unique environment with a population trapped in Gaza and other places where there are conflicts, people can usually go somewhere else. You're a refugee, not a good thing, but better than being trapped in a crossfire. Gaza, almost uniquely, people are trapped, and as I've said many times before, trapped with an enemy that deliberately uses them, hides among them, looks for civilian casualties as not only a necessary cost, but one that actually advances their agenda. And we know this from the leader of Hamas himself, Yahya Sinwar. So that's made things very challenging. But whenever on humanitarian assistance, we've seen things moving from bad to worse, we've engaged strongly, and we've gotten results, whether it was back in April or May, whether it was more recently in September, October. But fundamentally, the only way, given the complicated, incredibly complicated environment, to really get at the needs of the people was through a ceasefire and a hostage deal. And that's why we've been laboring so hard on it. And that's why now, as it's implemented, we're finally going to see the relief that people so desperately need. Let me just add this, and I'm sorry for going on. At various points along the way, in terms of getting that deal, the biggest impediments really have been Hamas and its refusal to get to yes. Now, have there been moments when Israel has done things or taken actions that have made life more complicated, more difficult? Yes. But broadly speaking, and especially in the last months, until we got to success, Hamas has been the major impediment. And there were two things that were factoring into Hamas's thinking, and we know this. One, as I said, was the hope that they could get a wider war, that others would jump in, that the cavalry would come to the rescue. And it wasn't until recently that it became clear that that was not the case. And whether it was Iran, whether it was Hezbollah, whether it was Iranian proxies, whether it was the supply routes for those proxies through Syria, as a result of actions that Israel took, as a result of actions that we took, as a result of conflicts and problems that these various actors had gotten themselves into that we exacerbated, it finally got to the point where Hamas concluded that, as I said, the cavalry wasn't coming to the rescue. That wasn't going to happen. Second, Hamas held back at various points because it saw or hoped that public international pressure was mounting on Israel. And it could just wait it out and that pressure would get to a point where Israel would have to accede to all of Hamas's demands. And that includes the hope that there would be a lot of public daylight between the United States and Israel. And so, while clearly we've had differences, real differences with Israel on the way it's gone about the necessary defense of its people and its country, we've expressed those clearly at various points, but we've mostly done it privately, precisely because we didn't want to feed into Hamas's clearly held views that if that pressure was mounting and if there was daylight, they could do nothing. They could refuse to engage in the negotiations, hold back on a ceasefire and releasing the hostages, and thus perpetuate the suffering, the loss for the people that they purport to represent. All of those dynamics were in play. All of those dynamics are ones that we had to make judgments about, navigate, with eyes on the prize of getting to the day we got to yesterday, which is the ceasefire and hostage release. So it's absolutely appropriate to ask questions about that, to ask ourselves questions, for everyone to ask questions. Some people say we did too much to restrain Israel when it comes to Iran, when it comes to Hezbollah, when it comes to others. Others say we did much too much to enable. And all of those questions are the right ones to ask, and they'll be asked for a long time. We had to keep our focus relentlessly on getting to this place where we could actually get a change, where we could actually get an end to a conflict, an end to suffering, and the prospect of something better.
We'll take one more. Mr. Secretary, thanks very much. On why you got to the ceasefire deal, as you just highlighted, you talked a lot about Hamas and pressure, Hamas being diminished, helped get them across the line. But on the Israeli side, do you believe that Trump and Steve Witkoff, either through direct pressure or through Netanyahu's perception of Trump, that helped get this deal across the line? And I want to bring up Ukraine and give you a chance to legacy on Ukraine. You've argued that you've taken a lot of recent steps to try and give Ukraine leverage and give the Trump administration leverage. Let me just point out, though, that there's no money left in the replenishment fund. Ukraine struggles on the front line. Russia has a reconstituted defense industrial base because of China. So do you fear that your legacy on Ukraine could actually be defined by your successor?
On the ceasefire deal first, look, the important thing is not who gets the credit. The important thing is getting the result, and that's exactly what we've gotten. As I've said, the deal that was agreed is based on the proposal that President Biden put out months ago in May. The framework that he made public in detail, that we then went around the world and got country after country to endorse, culminating with the UN Security Council. That's what moved Hamas in the first instance, because up until that point, Hamas had been rejecting the idea of having an initial phase of 6 weeks, ceasefire, hostages begin to come out, prisoners are released, humanitarian assistance surges, and we use the time to reach an agreement on the conditions for an enduring ceasefire. They'd rejected that scheme. And it wasn't until May, when the president went public, detailed it, we got the whole world behind it, that Hamas was isolated and it moved. And then practically every day since then has been work on trying to actually negotiate the details that had to follow from that to fill in the framework and understandings on its implementation. And we got very close to completing that on a number of occasions. And as I said, events of one kind or another inevitably intervene that delay, that derail the work that you're doing. But we kept at it. And meanwhile, as I just described, I won't belabor, all of these other factors that went into the calculus of Hamas changed dramatically, and in no small part because of actions we took in a way to exacerbate the challenges of Hamas and its many potential supporters, as well as actions that Israel took. So I think that's what got us to this day. our diplomacy, our deterrence really isolated Hamas to the point where they finally came back to the table, got to yes. In recent weeks, just to cite some other examples, when Hamas was refusing to engage in the fall, I went to our friends in Qatar and said it's time to tell them that their political operation housed in Qatar is no longer welcome. And that's exactly what the Qataris did. In recent weeks, we went also to other actors, including Turkey and President Erdogan, to use his weight and influence to get Hamas back to the table, to try to conclude an agreement. And he did, and they did. So it's a long way of saying that all of these things coming together over many months, I believe, is what's gotten us here. Now, having said that, it was, I think, very important and very responsible to not only fully inform the incoming administration of what we were doing, but also, yes, to involve them in the this last part of the process that got us to the agreement. And the reason for that is virtually everything that now needs to be implemented under the agreement will be implemented under the Trump administration. And it was very important for the parties to know that the Trump administration stood behind the agreement that we negotiated and that President Biden put forward. And I both appreciate and applaud the very good work that Steve Witkoff did, working closely with us, with Brett McGurk, in helping to get this over the line. But I think being very clear with all concerned that the incoming administration supported, endorsed, and would carry forward its responsibilities under the agreement, that was an important thing to do. I'm sorry, on Ukraine. So, as I look at it, first, where we started was Putin's intent, desire, and plan to erase Ukraine from the map, to subsume it into Russia, to realize his imperial designs. And as a result of the actions that we took in support of the Ukrainian people with many other countries, that's failed, and it won't succeed. Ukraine is standing, and that's the most important thing of all. Now, the question of where Ukraine goes from here and where we go from here is obviously a very important one, because there's an opportunity, again, an opportunity that we're handing off to make sure that Ukraine can go forward as an independent country, increasingly integrated with Western institutions, because that's the desire of its people, and a country that stands on its own feet, whether that's militarily, whether that's economically, whether that's democratically. And if its people and elected officials so desire to pursue some kind of resolution or ceasefire with Russia. Now, that requires Ukraine to decide that that's what it wants to do. It also requires Russia to agree. And there, what we've been working to do all these past months, right up to the end, is to make sure, that, I've said many times, that Ukraine's in a position of strength to be able to make those decisions, whether that's to continue fighting if it's necessary, or to negotiate, but to negotiate from a stronger position. Part of that, though, has also been imposing extraordinary costs on Russia, and I think you should not discount those, including the impact that they have on Russia's decision-making. The losses that Russia has incurred are almost unimaginable. I think by some assessments, 700,000 to 800,000 casualties. That includes those killed and those wounded. The flight of so many of its most talented people from Russia. The weight of sanctions, export controls, the weight that's such that everything Russia tries to do, even the workarounds that it's done with its war economy, everything is harder, takes more time, and costs a lot more. We see the impact on its economy. We see the impact on its future, its inability to invest in the critical industries of the future that would be a source of strength for Russia. So there's a heavier and heavier weight bearing down. So I believe that the incoming administration is in a position where, if the Ukrainians so desire and so choose, it can help to negotiate a good deal. And President Trump talks about having good, strong deals. I think there's an opportunity to get one. One of the most critical things will be, if there is to be a ceasefire, is to make sure that it's enduring, that it holds. Because what we know is this: in Putin's mind, if there's a ceasefire, he's simply going to rest, refit, and then, when he deems the moment right, reattack. So you have to have built into any ceasefire the effective deterrence necessary so that he doesn't reattack. That is, I think, a necessary part of any good, strong deal for Ukraine. So there are lots of ways of doing that, and we've been talking to European partners about some of that. Again, all of that I'm sharing with the incoming administration, and I would hope and expect that they can help land this in a place where everything we've done to make sure that Ukraine not only survives, which it is and which it will, but actually thrives, can be realized.
Thank you.
Take a couple more.
On Austin Tice, it's been a few weeks since Roger Carstens had said they were narrowing down locations where he may have been held. I just wanted to see if you had any more fidelity on that. And then separately, yesterday, your successor before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee commented on the Panama Canal. You've been dismissive of the incoming administration's overtures on Greenland, but not as vocal on the Panama Canal. He said the issue is not a joke and it's a legitimate issue that needs to be confronted over questions of neutrality and China's ability to choke off commerce on both sides of the canal. So I wanted to see your comments on that.
Sure. Look, on Austin Tice, all I can tell you is this. Not a day goes by where we're not out there trying to obviously find him or get information about what has become of him. And I don't have anything to report beyond what we've already said, but we have people throughout Syria who know the importance that we attach to this and are leaving no stone unturned to find Austin. So he and his family remain in my thoughts, all of our prayers, but mostly we're working in any way that we can to find him. And of course, if we have any further information and hopefully have Austin, we'll share that, or the next administration will share that. Look, on Panama, on the Panama Canal, we have a treaty, we have a settled policy of many years, and that's not going to change. And as I've said before, I think doesn't warrant spending a lot of time talking about it. Now, when it comes to the resilience of our supply chains, when it comes to making sure that we can get what we need and we don't have risk attendant with it, including from countries with which we have challenged relations, that is important, and that's something that we've worked on pretty much around the world for the last 4 years, building a greater diversity of supply chains, building a greater resilience. Also, trying to make sure that countries that were trying to build up and build out their own infrastructure to improve the lives and livelihoods of their people had a better offer from us, so that they didn't have to turn to others on much more onerous terms. And we've made extraordinary progress on that these last 4 years. So I think that's where the focus should be, and that's where I expect the focus actually will be.
Tom.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for taking the extra questions. Since the ceasefire was announced, authorities in Gaza have reported another 73 people killed. Aren't we seeing an erosion of norms, given the extraordinary numbers? And you've been saying for months that Hamas is degraded militarily. At one point you said, I think, Israel was only making marginal gains when there'd been another very big airstrike with civilians killed. So I just want to put that point to you, that haven't we seen here the degradation of norms, given the kind of extraordinary numbers? And here we are still seeing them after a ceasefire agreement is announced in the run-up to that. So I wanted to get your thoughts on that. And just secondly, on the point about international journalists being banned from Gaza, can you tell us that you are and have been still pressing the Israelis that it is your expectation that international journalists will be allowed in?
Second part first, yes. That remains the expectation, and I think it's, as in any place, very important that all of you and your colleagues are able to report, are able to share with the world what the reality is. So certainly I fully expect that to happen, especially in the context of a ceasefire where the idea that just may be too dangerous for anyone to operate is no longer the case. So I fully expect to see that.
During the ceasefire, during phase one?
I would hope so. I can't speak to what the policies will be, but from my perspective at least, yes. Second, with regard to the ongoing actions, I spoke to this the other day at the Atlantic Council, and yes, I think some months ago, Israel achieved its core strategic objectives in Gaza. The fundamental objective being to ensure that Hamas could not repeat the horrors of October 7th, and to do that, to dismantle its military organization and capacity, and to deal with the leaders who were responsible for October 7th. And that happened some months ago. But in order for there to be a ceasefire, it was necessary that there be some agreement on getting the hostages out, including 7 Americans who remain. And in order to get the ceasefire to be enduring, now that we have an agreement on its first phase, there have to be understandings on what comes after, on a post-conflict plan, one that allows Israel to fully pull out its forces and stay out, one that makes sure that Hamas can't go back in, and one that provides for the necessary governance, security, reconstruction of Gaza. And we've been working every day in parallel on those plans. So now there's an opportunity, finally, to move forward. But as I said to you the other day, I think Israel's perspective on this has been, if they took pressure off of Hamas, it would make it less likely that Hamas would actually finally conclude this agreement. That's the way they see it, and that's the way they proceeded. We've tried to reinforce every day the urgency of actually getting to an agreement so that all of this would stop. The firing by both sides would stop. The hostages would come out. The relief would get in. Well, we're finally at that point. I thank you all very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you. And enjoy driving yourself on Route 66 and the GW Parkway.
Matt, stay out of my way.
Industries, but overuse of tariffs can inflate costs and provoke
in this way. And so in terms of how good are those soldiers, how are they used, and what do we see? We know it's about 11,000 soldiers that are in the Kursk region, used by the Russians. What we basically now hear is also from the Ukrainians is that about a third of those is wounded and killed, and actually they are used in a not very effective way because there is a language problem with the Russians. So coordination between the Russians and the North Koreans is actually not really possible, and they are not necessarily used in a very favorable positions by the Russians. So they are not necessarily used as a shield or whatever, but they are used in a way where a lot of them will die, and so it is. And yes, I saw those soldiers that were captured as well, that were questioned. So that will give the Ukrainians information on how they are used and how effective they see themselves. So that is that. On China, as I explained, there's a lot of things that is being very openly done by North Korea. I mean, giving weapons, selling weapons. I mean, by the way, the Russians are giving now weapons to North Korea that are seen in the Korean Peninsula. And that is therefore a problem for the Republic of Korea, but also for the U.S., which has troops there as well. So it increases the problem set not only in Ukraine but in a wider perspective. And China is basically ensuring that Russia remains in the fight with everything the Russians need to build weapons. They don't give weapons, but it's microprocessors, it is raw materials, all the things the Russians need for mass production in the defense industry come to a great extent from China. So they play a role, and we have said to China, you can't have it both ways. I mean, you can't say you want to be friends with us and trade and with the Europeans and the Americans, and at the same time fuel a war in Europe. That's not good. And the Russian-Chinese relationship is very unclear what it leads to, but the implications of that relationship in the longer term is also, of course, of great concern.
I'm afraid we only have time for one final question. I'm very, very sorry. I'm going to give it to Terry Schultz.
Sorry, you're giving it to me?
No.
Sorry, my voice is not good, guys. Okay, I'm going to give one to each of them because Leo can't get mad at me anymore. First, of course, Admiral Bauer. I'm thinking back to a year ago when we were here exactly at this press conference and giving you a chance to reminisce a little bit. At that time, I asked you about the Swedish call for prepare for war to its citizens, and you said you hoped that other countries would train their own citizens in this way. Have you seen that sort of urgency picked up among other countries in the alliance, preparing society for, I mean, not just possible war, but also potentially natural disasters? And the other thing you said was that the industry had to stop being just, what did you say, just enough, just in time. I think that was your statement. General Cavoli, you said that you were quite confident that no matter what happens with the Trump administration, Ukraine's supply would be okay. But what about your own situation with the family of plans? You have organized everything to such great detail. Not that I've seen it, obviously, but so we hear. Are you worried that if the U.S. pulls back even a little bit, it will disturb the balance that you've created in these new plans? And Admiral Van Dier, the United States, the Biden administration, we're all worried about Trump tariffs. They have just decided that many NATO allies, the Eastern Europeans, will have a limit on how many microchips they can buy, AI microchips, because they're worried about China's weapons industry. But what does that do to innovation in the alliance? Is this something you're worried about? Thank you.
Okay. On the preparations for war, it's the call that SecGen put out there a couple of weeks ago in his speech for Carnegie Europe. It is what I said a year ago. I think it's a very old saying: if you want peace, prepare for war. And I think it is exactly what we need to do. And then people call me a warmonger, but actually it's the opposite. The fact that if you prepare for war in the right way, then you are deterring your enemies better. And if you deter your enemies better, then the chance there will be war goes down. So it's not, let's say, a plea for war, it is a plea for peace. And that requires investments on a much wider scale than just the armed forces. Because if you look at deterrence, it is also about energy security, it's about food security, it is about the resilience of the people, that societies think about the fact that in a crisis you need new soldiers after a couple of days. It's not only about new grenades and new tanks, it's also about new soldiers. So you have to think about a system where you are resilient. And if you all have arranged that, it's about raw materials, that you are not dependent on one nation only, like we saw with Russia, gas and oil, like we see now with China when it comes to raw materials for renewable energy or for certain medicines. We are heavily dependent on China. I think it's not good. I'm not against China, but it's not good. We are depending on one nation for those supplies. So all that, if you take that into account, we need to do much more. Your question was, is that happening? I see it happening more and more. There is more and more discussion about it, not only in Sweden. It is happening in the Scandinavian nations for a longer time. The discussions in Germany are happening. In my own nation, there is more discussion on this. So I think this is important to build up the societal resilience. That's one. And industry is part of that. Industry is part of societal resilience. And the just-in-time, just-enough economies we have created over the last 40 years is not enough for a pandemic and not enough for a war. We need to be able to respond to peak demand signals. And that's not the case. Now, we have to increase our own defense capacity. That's one. And at the same time, we can help Ukraine by investing in the capacity that is available in Ukraine, by investing with money to make that capacity that is there work for them, because what they lack is money and not the capacity itself. They have the factories, but they need the money for the raw materials, etc. So I think that is something we are looking at as an alliance or as allies as well, and the combination will improve. But it is something we need to work on for many more years to improve our societal resilience.
And you wanted to say you'll miss us, right?
Say again?
You wanted to say you'll miss us?
I will miss you all. I will miss you all. This is the highlight of my year every time.
Sure. So the United States contribution to the regional plans is very significant. It's a national commitment. It's there. It's strong. I don't want to talk about exactly what it is, of course, or the exact numbers of the plan, but it's a substantial pledge. It would be irresponsible to, speculate about what a future administration might do hypothetically, so I won't do that. But I will point out that the plans are designed to be flexible and to accept the forces that are made available. I have to say, though, that there seems to be sometimes a misperception that the U.S. provides everything and other nations come along. It's simply not. That is not the case in these plans. The U.S. provides a relevant amount of force in them, but that's all. I would call attention, to current operations. So we talked about Baltic Sentry a few minutes ago. It took me, less than 24 hours to examine the situation and to make a decision under authorities granted to me by the North Atlantic Council as SACIR that we needed to do something about it. It took 3 days or so to plan it out and to get the first contributions, and then it took a day or so to sail the assets into place. In less than a week, we were up and operating in the Baltics. There's not a single U.S. contribution to that. I think I'm the only U.S. contribution to it, in fact. So this is an alliance that is not a one-trick pony. This is an alliance that is capable of doing things and is rapidly gaining the ability to do more and more. In the future, it will continue to depend on the defense spending we talked about earlier and on the industrial production that Admiral Bauer just talked about. Thanks.
Yes, on AI, it's a very big question because we know that will modify the way we fight. And so the concerns of the US administration about this are clearly the good ones because it's about military edge. So we can say that AI is in the 4 stages of the action loop. Perhaps you know that the OODA loop, which is observe, orient, decide and act. And so it's the constant loop we're turning all the day. Observe is about using AI with mass data processing, and especially in intel, when you are, for example, in space, you produce millions of pixels during 1 hour, then you need AI to process to help the operators to recognize what's going on. And so it gives quicker and more relevant picture. On the Orion phase, it's where you prepare a decision for a boss and then extensive use of LLMs give you being faster, clearer orders, faster adaptation. On the decide side, you will use AI to simulate, to war game, to model, and then to test your scenario and say, is this the good answer I'm putting in the field? And then to the act. It's the use of AI in embarked systems. You know, for example, that having some loyal wingmen for the fighters or piloting some swarms of drones, whether they are land, surface, or air, will require use of AI. So it's a critical question. And so this year, I sent a letter a week ago to the chief of the military committee proposing him to have an AI champion in ACT. And I can tell you already that I have some discussions with some nations about implementing AI tools in their system. And so ACT will be a matter of discussion because we are in the US. We are in a close discussion with the US military. And so we're able to bring the understanding of this tech and then to find solutions for the alliance. Thank you.
What about the allies that are no longer going to have access to as many microchips as they want from the US?
AI is not just about having some microchips. You have some frugal AI. So in fact, the difficulty for AI is to build it. And so it requests a large number of computers and chips. But once it's done, it doesn't request so much computers. You have AI in your pocket with your what you have in your smartphone. You can have ChatGPT and have some good stuff, AI, good use of AI. The question is to trust what the AI is giving to you. So I think for sure some countries will not be able to develop new solutions because they will not have access to chips, but the products that will be developed within the islands will be for everybody.
That concludes this press conference. To give one more example of Italy's phenomenal contributions to the alliance, tomorrow Admiral Giuseppe Cavodragone will take over as chair of the NATO Military Committee. We wish him and his team nothing but the best, and thank you all for keeping us sharp these last couple of years. Thank you.
So I wonder, do you see this kind of model of big corporate takeovers of healthcare actually helping to lower costs for Americans?
Senator Smith, healthcare, I've probably had trying to understand healthcare cost and the drivers of that on my to-do list for 10 years to be able to sit in a room for a week and understand this, and I've never been able to do it. But I will tell you that when we see things like healthcare, like higher education, both of which have substantially outperformed any inflation index by cost, there is a problem there. I think that what you are identifying could be one of the problems, but I think the overall level of healthcare costs that we're seeing is driven by a multi-factor.
It is a complicated issue, and I know I'm out of time, Mr. Chair, but what I see, and we've done work on this, and Chair Sanders, when Chair Sanders was chair of the Health Committee, these big corporations come in, the quality of care goes down, patient costs go up. There's a hospital in Massachusetts that was bought up by one of these big firms, and they stopped stocking a common treatment for hemorrhage during pregnancy, and they've seen patients die. So again, I think this is an example of how privatizing is not a solution to our problems in healthcare or other parts of our economy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bessent, welcome. Thank you for your willingness to serve. I want to just start by refuting one of the false narratives we hear ad nauseum from the other side, that the Tax Cut and Jobs Act was the primary cause of our deficits. It's just not true. So I'm going to actually use the facts from CBO. Again, this isn't to confirm CBO numbers. This actually shows you why we ought to take CBO projections with a grain of salt. After its passage, CBO projected 10 years, but I mean for 7 years that we just experienced, total revenue of $27 trillion. Actual revenue was $28.7 trillion. That's, to do the math, that's $1.7 trillion more than what CBO estimated, which shows that the original score was 1.5 trillion lost revenue. So we not only paid for the tax cut, in 7 years, we generated $200 billion more revenue, even with the COVID recession. So again, we need to take CBO scores with a real grain of salt. But I hope this committee understands what Senator Graham was talking about in terms of your humble beginnings and your tremendous American success story. And so I want to ask you a hypothetical, because you understand American families. If an American family, let's say they normally spend $100,000, have a serious health crisis, and so in 1 year they have to spend $50,000 on medical bills, but then fortunately that family member gets well, what would that family spend the next year? Just real quick.
Unless they have more income, they'd spend
probably $100,000.
They'd spend the same 100 and probably have debt costs associated with that.
Right. They certainly wouldn't do what the federal government has done. In 2019, before the pandemic, we spent $4.4 trillion. In 2020, we spent $6.6 trillion. You know, when the pandemic ended, we didn't really reduce spending. For the last 5 years, we've averaged $6.5 trillion. Last year, spending $6.9 trillion. You know, Mr. Bessent, is there any justification for keeping spending levels at this level?
Senator Johnson, as I've said repeatedly, the United States does not have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem.
So the question is, how do we reset spending levels to a reasonable pre-pandemic level? I've wrote a column in the Wall Street Journal. I laid out a couple scenarios, and let me just give you the guts of it. If you take one of the pre-pandemic years and increase all the spending by population and inflation, by the way, that's what families would do as well. But you exempt Social Security, Medicare, and interest, and use President Biden's 2025 budget, because you spend what we plan on spending this year. If you take Bill Clinton's 1998 spending, I don't think he spent too little back in 1998, we would be having a baseline of $5.5 trillion. If you took President Obama's 2014 spending levels, it'd be $6.2 trillion. The one I like the best, though, is if we use President Trump's 2021 budget, his estimates for spending in 2025, and use, again, just use those numbers, but slot in Social Security, Medicare, and interest as they are. Nobody's touching those. We'd be spending about $6 trillion. So wouldn't that be a reasonable level? Somewhere between $5.5 and $6 trillion as a baseline spending to project our next 10 years.
Senator, I look forward to working with you on this, that you've clearly done more work than I have. And this looks like a very good starting point to me to figure out how we've gotten into this spending morass.
So it sounds like pretty reasonable approach to me. By the way, I'd take 1998, I'd use Clinton's spending levels for this. I also want to refute this current CBO score on extending the TCGA. Back then, they scored the whole thing as $1.5 trillion. If you just inflate that the same way CBI, according to CPI, it'd be $2 trillion. How do they justify a score of $4.3 to $4.6 trillion? It makes no sense. So again, I think we need to take those estimates with a huge grain of salt. My final point, I heard the ranking member talk about inflation, the cost of living. Because we've incurred these massive deficits, a 1998 dollar today is only worth 51 cents. A 2014 dollar today is only worth 74 cents. A 2019 dollar is only worth 80 cents. That was caused by this massive deficit spending, the devaluation of the dollar, and a lot of devaluations occurred over the last 4 years because we spent too much money. Not because we didn't tax America enough, it's because we spent way too much money. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Cantwell.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bessent, congratulations on your nomination, and I see you're family sitting there in earnest on these economic issues. It's so interesting. Our perspectives, you can see from this committee, are arguing about what we think are the right economic policies for the country. And as the Treasury nominee, with your background and experience, we still are talking about the president's policies and whether we think they're effective or not. Real GDP has increased at an annual rate of 3.1% in the third quarter of 2024. That's strong growth, right?
As an aggregate number, it's strong growth.
Okay. The economy added 16 million jobs over the last 4 years. An average unemployment rate is the lowest it's been in 50 years. So that's led to better pay and working conditions. We want that, right?
I'm in favor of better pay and working conditions.
Okay.
Yes, Senator.
And after-tax income increased by 400%. So these are good economic news. And I personally think that focusing on innovation and building supply chains is a good thing to do. And so when you start talking about tariffs, that's when you get, the Pacific Northwest attention. In fact, I would say a recent editorial by one of my newspapers was, bracing for the Trump tariffs, aviation in general. You can imagine we actually have an actual net surplus. I think we export about $2 billion worth of goods out of our state versus importing $1 billion, but this is a big part of it. And so in the aviation sector, I think I sent you an article about the fact that we think increasing our manufacturing innovation to continue to have markets and sell to those markets is a good economic strategy.
Senator Cantwell, as I discussed in your office, that in my hometown of Charleston, South Carolina, Boeing is also the largest employer. So I view aviation as very important.
Great. So now I want to, and believe me, I would have the same conversation with Joe Biden or Barack Obama or whoever. So I want to focus on innovation, not the tariffs. I'm worried that the tariffs are going to increase supply chain products. They're going to increase prices on our farmers. They're going to increase prices on Americans. And so I want to ask you, don't you think we are in an environment where exporting products and growing markets outside the United States is a big economic opportunity? And what are you going to do to build coalitions to help us be able to achieve opening up those markets as opposed to just the retaliatory tariff environment, which may raise costs on Americans and not resolve these issues?
So Senator Cantwell, thank you for that. And after our discussion in your office, I actually went back and looked at some older data. In 2000, in terms of the labor share of aggregate income in the U.S., 69% accrued to labor. Today, that number is 60, and you could see a sharp drop after what is called the China shock. So I agree with you that opening markets is good, but the free trade must be also balanced against fair trade. And clearly what has happened is the trade has not been fair. That has fallen on the American workers, and we cannot allow, as I think I mentioned to you, China is the most imbalanced, unbalanced economy in the history of the world. They are in a severe recession/depression. They may have -4% disinflation, and they are attempting to export their way out of that as opposed to doing the much needed internal rebalance. Yep. So, I am with you on the need to open markets, but we cannot allow a player like this to flood our markets or to flood the world.
Well, but I'm saying I believe in coalitions. We just discussed a technology NATO. I think you thought that was a good idea. The notion, though, I mean, I can get upset with my colleagues on the other aisle all the time and object, but that doesn't move me forward. And so I hope that you will look at what we're going to do to build allies. I mean, these numbers that basically are talking about just the tariff and what it would do to the price of gasoline given Canada is concerning. And so I want to know that the Trump administration is going to focus as much on innovating our way to success as we are on the tariffs, because I do think we're going to see retaliatory tariffs. We saw them in our state. It hurt us in our agriculture. And what happened is that you lose more farms. I mean, there's a lot of people buying farmland. Goldman Sachs, Bill Gates, there's a lot of people buying farmland. But we're losing farmers in the middle of the trade wars, and that's a concern I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And oh, by the way, thank you so much for mentioning housing. I so appreciate that that was in your statement. I look forward to working with you. I do think that's an area, if the president will push forward, that it is a way for us to lower costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to be with you. Mr. Bessent, thank you and your family for being with us today. I very much appreciated the conversation we had in the office. Now, I'm going to touch on several topics, so I'm going to ask you some yes or no questions, and I thank you in advance for your brevity. It may surprise many observing today the immense responsibility that the Secretary of Treasury has in stemming the flow of fentanyl and other substances. Now, yes or no, will you commit to continuing the Biden administration's counter-fentanyl strike force, which brought together the Office of Terrorism and Financial Intelligence and IRS criminal investigation to fight financial crime?
Thank you, Senator. I enjoyed our visit. And as I mentioned in your office, this is personal for me, as two families who are close to our family lost children to the fentanyl crisis. So I will commit and know that it is my belief that President Trump is laser focused on this issue.
Mr. Bennett, yes or no, will you work with me to ensure that there's more transparency over suspicious activity reports, SARS, at the Financial Crimes Network for Congress?
I believe, as you and I discussed, there is a sleeve of Treasury called TFI, Terrorism Finance, that deals with this within FinCEN, and I believe that I believe that we have to have a 2025 approach to, as you and I talked about, digital currencies and all branches of government. So, yes.
Now, Mr. Bessent, in your role as Treasury Secretary, do you agree that you will play an important role in advising President Trump and congressional Republicans on policy related to the economy, including investment in government programs?
Yes, Senator.
Now, I was pleased in our meeting that you stated, quote, "No cuts will be needed," unquote, to achieve your economic goals. I think that might surprise a lot of my Republican colleagues, but I very much appreciate that conversation that we had. Now, yes or no, will you recommend cutting Medicaid?
I'm sorry. Did you say, I didn't hear whether you said Medicaid or Medicare.
Yes or no, will you recommend cutting Medicaid?
Medicaid? That I will, it's the business of Congress to do the budget, and I am in favor of empowering states, and I believe that for some states that will be an increase, for some states that will be a decrease.
So, Mr. Bessent, will you recommend cutting Medicaid to President Trump? And I'll remind you that you acknowledge that one of your responsibilities as Secretary of the Treasury will be to be providing this advice.
I will get back to you on this when I have seen the details of the full budget proposal once President Trump is in office and if confirmed.
Will you recommend cuts to broadband following the investments that we've been seeing across the country making immense progress in connecting more people across the country that were included in the bipartisan infrastructure law.
Senator, I am unfamiliar with the exact program. It is my understanding that much of the allocated funding has not been dispersed yet. So I will get back to you on that.
Well, Mr. Bessent, a lot of folks back in South Carolina, including some of your farming neighbors, are getting connectivity because of these programs. You may just need to chat with them about the importance of what this program means. As my time expires, it might surprise many here that there's only a couple of us in this body that are members of Head Start, and I imagine we might hear a little bit more of that from my brother in Head Start, Mr. Warnock here. But when we talk about the importance to early education in America, the economic benefit, yes or no, will you recommend cuts to Head Start?
Yeah. Again, Senator, I'll have to get back to you on this. I don't understand the intricacies of that program.
Of Head Start?
Yes, I don't understand the budget ramifications. I don't understand.
Do you know what Head Start is?
Yep, I believe it's an earlier childhood education program.
That's fair, sir. I didn't realize that you had to qualify to get into that program. So the family that I was raised in, we qualified to get into that program. But it opens up doors. I mean, heck, it got a couple of us to the United States Senate. So certainly hope that we might be able to find some agreement in protecting that program. And if someone tries to eliminate that in early childhood education, that we could count on you on behalf of New Mexicans, South Carolinians, and people across America to say, no, we're not going to do that one. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time today. Appreciate you being here again, sir.
Thank you, Senator Barrasso.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks so much for your willingness to serve. Thanks for being here. Enjoyed our discussion quite a bit in talking about the future for the country and the role of the Treasury Secretary in getting our economy back on track. This means lower prices, higher wages, more jobs, and stronger economic growth for America. It also means protecting people in states like Wyoming from crushing regulations and devastating tax hikes. It means getting wasteful spending under control. And I'm greatly encouraged by our meeting that we had. You have, I believe, a strong vision for America, a strong vision for unleashing American energy, for getting tough on China, for getting tough on our adversaries, and getting the federal government out of the way for so many of us. I'd like to talk a bit about energy, and I've just been in the other committee yesterday, Secretary of Energy, earlier today, the Secretary of Interior, lots of energy questions. So I'm glad that we agree a key ingredient in reigniting the economy in this country is to unleash American energy. In my home state of Wyoming, and we're an energy superpower as a nation, and we are America's energy breadbasket in Wyoming. Energy production is the heart of our Wyoming economy and the nation's economy. It supports workers as well as schools, infrastructure, the money that comes from that, the tax revenue. Wyoming is the least populated state, but it is the third largest net energy supplier, producing 12 times more energy than we consume. It's at the forefront of oil, natural gas, coal production, carbon capture technology, hydrogen production, many alternative sources of energy. What's happened is that energy producers in Wyoming and across the country faced a whole of government assault from the Biden administration on American energy production, taxes, crippling regulations. They've weaponized the tax code in ways that are just unthinkable to me against conventional American energy production. The things that Joe Biden signed into law just made things worse, but the good news is with you there, with President Trump in the White House, things are about to change. So you've talked extensively about boosting American energy production. What role do you see yourself playing as Treasury Secretary in making sure we become American energy dominant and in terms of energy security as well?
Senator Barrasso, I very much enjoyed our meeting and wide-ranging discussion, and my family and I had a fantastic vacation in Wyoming this summer. That in terms of within the potential Trump administration, I'm sure you've heard it from Secretary-designate Wright and Burgum, we refer to as energy dominance. And energy dominance one of the reasons that I believe we have not been able to apply as muscular sanctions against the Russian Federation, or unwilling, was because the supply of energy was constrained in the U.S. So the same with the terrorist regime in Iran. So I would view that as we can raise U.S. production, we would squeeze down the bad actors, especially Iran. I think I'm right, maybe not in the exact numbers, but in order of magnitude. I believe Iran was down to 100,000 barrels of oil exports when President Trump left office. I believe that they are now exporting in excess, or approximately 1.7 million. So through sanctions policy, I believe that we can, again, as I like to say, make Iran poor again. Not the Iranian people, the Iranian government, and then at the same time, they have our domestic producers push that up with the highest energy standards in the world.
Yeah, we're the best, we do it, we're the best stewards of the land, and I agree. And what we've also seen, as you mentioned, with Iran increasing the sales, they're selling it to China. China is buying at a discount, so they're getting cheap energy. Iran is getting tanker loads of cash back, essentially, and they're using that money for terrorism. So in terms of our own national security, I have one last question in my time remaining, and this has to do with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that we passed in 2017. If that were to expire, we're talking about a massive tax hike of over $4 trillion. What would that kind of a tax hike mean for small businesses, for job creators, as well as our global competitiveness, if all of a sudden we put the heavy wet blanket of a $4 trillion tax increase on our nation?
Senator, I think it would be devastating. That is, especially for small businesses. One of the things that, as someone who came from a very small town, lived in New York, with a very big town, and came back to a small town, I believe Wall Street has done great the past few years, and that Main Street has suffered. I think it's Main Street's time. Wall Street can continue to do well, maybe not as well, and it's time to have a Main Street small business-led recovery led by small banks, regional banks, as I call it, reprivatizing the economy. And as I said earlier, we've seen since November 15th, since President Trump's election, we have seen the biggest jump in the history of the Small Business Confidence Index.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bessent, thank you for being here and time in the office, and congratulations to you, your spouse, John, and your children, I think Cole and Caroline. He's doing a great job. I leaned over to Senator Johnson, and when you were being attacked on by one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, it says the guy looks like he's got a heart rate of 40. You're very composed, and thank you for staying on the facts and demonstrating all the knowledge you possess. When I wasn't here, someone put into question your viability as a nominee because of a lack of public service, which I find interesting. Sometimes I think we have too much public service in people's background here, not real-world business experience. But can you give me an idea of why this nomination may represent your first entry into public service?
Yes, Senator Tillis, and again, as an adjacent state and someone who's a homeowner in North Carolina, I appreciated our conversation in your office. Look, I have been in public service, just not in the government. When I lived in New York, I was a strong supporter of a charter school called Harlem Children's Zone, which takes the young residents in a multi-block, gigantic block, keeps getting bigger area of Harlem, and takes them from cradle through high school. But I have found that my service, anyone can write a check, or anyone that with my means can write a check. What has been fulfilling for me is mentoring many of these young people. I'm still in touch with them today. I was also a trustee for Rockefeller University, one of the great research universities in the world. I was on the executive committee and chaired the investment committee. But sitting here today is especially meaningful for me because this is my third try at public service. In 1979, when I was 17 years old, I wanted to fight for my country. My father had just experienced extreme financial difficulties. I wanted to attend the U.S. Naval Academy. I was offered by our congressman in the 6th District of South Carolina an appointment, but was unable to take that appointment because of my sexual preference. I managed to go to Yale, worked several jobs to do that. While at Yale, I wanted to do public service and joined the Foreign Service. I was told also not welcome. So sitting here today is my third attempt at public service, and I sit here knowing that President Trump chose me because he believes I'm the best candidate, not because of my sexual preference, not because Treasury secretaries with green eyes do better. And I think it is a tribute to President Trump that he looks at people as people.
I agree, and I appreciate that answer. I'm going to go into a lightning round here. First off, this is the Joint Committee on Taxation distributional analysis of what happens to the various socioeconomic strata if we don't manage to pass the jobs and tax cut extension without objection.
Without objection.
Senator Johnson does big phone boards. I do handouts. I'm handing this to all of my Republican colleagues right now saying if we fail to extend the Jobs and Tax Cuts Act, we're going to own a fiscal crisis for people in middle America. 93 million people will be affected in terms of an added tax burden if we fail to pass an extension of TCJA. Now, the last time I checked, there are not 93 million rich people in this country. There are people who struggled like you did when you were a kid and like I did when I was a kid, who had to work themselves through college. And every time we had some well-intentioned program from government to make things better for me, it made it harder for me to dig myself out of the economic situation I was born into. So the facts are stubborn things. This tells us what happens if we fail to pass the jobs and tax cuts. And it doesn't even get to the impact that I had. It turns out at that very table, Jelly Roll was here for a finance committee hearing. He lived in the same trailer park that I did 20 years later in South Nashville, Tennessee. And what I found interesting in my own family is we were right on the economic edge. Every time government had some well-intentioned program to tax the rich, I went from a house to a trailer park. And every time government let us do what we wanted to do, we lived in a house. I'm a living example, and I'm sure Ben Ray Lujan, some other people have had those experiences. You got to go back and look historically at when people like me and people like you had real opportunities. I look forward to supporting your nomination, and Mr. Chair, I'm going to support some. I'm going to send some questions for the record, but it's just to reinforce the message that Republicans have to deliver. And anyone who says that we should not is advocating for a $5 trillion tax increase that will hurt the people who are on the economic edge worse than anybody else. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Warnock.
Thank you, Chairman Crapo. I'm grateful and honored to be joining this committee. I look forward to working with you and Ranking Member Wyden to ensure our tax code supports working families, to protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and to promote trade policies that work for Georgia businesses and that boost our economy. Mr. Bessent, good morning and good to see you again. I enjoyed our conversation earlier this week, and in that conversation you outlined ambitious goals for the federal government and deficit reduction. I'd like to follow up on our discussion about your economic plan. According to a new report from the Tax Policy Center, the largest tax cuts from extending the Trump tax bill would go to those with the highest income, especially those in the top 1%, making more than $1 million per year. In fact, the top 1% of owners will take home roughly 1/4 of the benefits of the law, and the top 5% will get almost half of that. Do you believe that the wealthiest 1% of Americans deserve or need an additional tax cut?
Senator Warnock, I greatly enjoyed visiting with you. I think probably a better way to look at it is on a percentage basis. And when I think about the distributional aspects of the Tax Cuts and Job Act, that most of the benefits accrued for the working and middle people as opposed to the upper ends. In absolute dollars, as you just read, that is correct, but I think it's important to look at it in percentage terms.
So you believe that the tax cut that provided 1/4 of the benefits of the law to the top 1% and top 5% getting almost 1/2 actually benefited those at the bottom more than it did those at the top? Is that your testimony?
I believe that in 2018, 2019, that the households in the bottom 50% of income earners, the wealth increase for those households was three times higher than the wealth increase for the top 10% of Americans.
So we should continue to move in that direction and give more tax cuts to those at the highest. You have talked about high deficits as a national defense problem, and I agree with that. I think we need to be fiscally responsible. We need to work to close the deficit and bring the national debt under control. In 2013, Congress extended the Bush tax cuts for everyone except those making more than $400,000 a year. This bipartisan decision saved the Treasury $600 billion, helping to narrow the deficit. Do you agree that ending the tax cuts for those making more than $400,000 would help close the deficit and reduce our national debt?
Senator Warnock, I do not. I believe that you would capture an inordinate amount of small business people who largely are in that cohort of 400,000 to a million.
So you wouldn't cut it off at 400,000. What about $1 million?
That again, I believe these are small business pass-through owners, and I believe that we, as I said before, Wall Street's done great. It is time for Main Street to do well, and small businesses need to drive what I call the reprivatization here away from this government spending.
I agree that it's Main Street's time. I'm from Atlanta, so I'll say Peachtree and some other locations in my state. What about those making more than 10 million? Would we reduce the deficit by extending those tax cuts for folks making about $10 million?
So again, I think it's important that we put in incentives for them to invest. So going back to the 100% depreciation for equipment, that I think that.
And I don't mean to keep interrupting, but I'm the pastor, and we're known to be loquacious of speech, but I'm running out of time here. What about $1 billion?
So again, that I think that these are the job creators.
So there's no income level for which you would support raising taxes. Is that fair?
There is no income level that I don't think we should continue the TCJA as it was.
All right. I think our country is facing structural deficits. However, I think that to continue to reduce taxes for the wealthy and letting them avoid taxes based on what they already owe is not going to get us out of that problem. But I look forward to continuing that discussion with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. And before we go on to Senator Blackburn, I just want to restate there's a lot of facts that have been thrown around in this hearing today. I'll just restate one that I said in my opening statement, and that is of this $4.3 to $4.6 trillion tax increase that it could happen, $100,000. That is simple tax increase. Senator Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for bringing that clarification, because if we do not extend the Tax Cut and Jobs Act it is that $4 trillion tax hike that people are going to see. And I appreciate your comments about a Main Street small business recovery. That is something that is so vitally important. And as the chairman knows, we have had much discussion over the last few years with the Biden administration over how they determine that $400,000 number. If it is the gross, if it's the adjusted gross, they came up with the term of total positive income, which is everything you make. And we know that the Biden administration approach on this would be a killer for Main Street businesses. We know that 199A is vital to them, and they need to see that in the Trump tax cuts and in that permanent so that we can have that Main Street small business recovery and revival. I appreciate that, and I appreciate that President Trump has nominated you for Treasury Secretary because you are sensitive to that and what your work means to Main Street and to individuals, and getting the IRS under control and looking at some of these provisions that are going to be in front of you. So we appreciate that you would come back a third time and look at public service, and that John and Caroline and Colin, by the way, they are behaving so beautifully. Whatever they want, they get.
Ice cream.
Senate orders. We'll be right there to support them. I do want to talk with you for a moment about CBDCs and some of the push that the Biden administration had. They did an executive order for Treasury to research development of a CBDC in the United States. And of course, this causes a lot of us heartburn because we look at what the CCP did with the digital yuan in connection with the Olympics. So upon confirmation, how would you approach this discussion of CBDCs? And are you for them or against them? Could you end the Biden administration project to create a U.S.-based CBDC?
Senator Blackburn, thank you for your remarks. I may have a little trouble disciplining the two behind me, as I'm sure that I will hear that a U.S. Senator has vouched for their behavior.
Yes.
But on CBDCs, I see no reason for the U.S. to have a central bank digital currency. In my mind, a central bank digital currency is for countries who have no other investment alternatives. So if we think about a reserve manager, a high surplus country, whether it's Saudi Arabia, Singapore, who ends up with, call the Chinese currency whatever you want, the yuan, the RMB.
Yeah.
If you own that currency, you have to have something to invest in. That there's very little to invest in if you want to hold the currency. You could own Chinese government bonds, which don't yield
So
very
your
much.
view of that would be a negative view?
Well, I view that many of these countries are doing it out of necessity, whereas
Yeah.
the U.S., if you hold U.S. dollars, you could hold a variety of
Absolutely.
very secure U.S.
Yeah.
assets.
I appreciate that. I appreciate your comments earlier to Senator Barrasso about the Pillar 2 negotiations. This is something that we would be well served to extract ourselves from this. Currently, the preliminary data that we have, 40%, right at 40% of the total Pillar 2 tax burden is on us. And China, of course, has found a way to exempt themselves from this. So that is in need of a revisit, and I look forward to you doing that and standing with our companies. I want to get And this, I think you can just submit to me in writing. Advanced Persistent Threat, APT, which is China, they were able to override Treasury's security system and remotely access workstations where they reported access to unclassified documents. And of course, this is Chinese Communist Party at work again. And this is, we found this out after finding out from the Treasury Inspector General that 2,800 IRS employees still had TikTok on their government devices. If confirmed, and when confirmed, will you take steps to improve Treasury's security systems?
Senator Blackburn, one of the earlier questions was, what policies of the current Treasury Secretary do you disagree with? And as you noted, the December 8th hack into Treasury was via a work from home system. Yeah. So I, as Treasury Secretary, have confirmed, plan to be in the office every day that I'm in Washington, D.C., and I expect all the other employees to do that too.
Thank you.
And I think it's a matter of national security for everyone to be at 1500 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Thank you. That is well received. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Welch.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's delightful to be a new member of the committee. I look forward to working with you and all our colleagues. Mr. Bessent, thank you so much for your visit yesterday, and welcome to your family. As we discussed, the situation for a lot of Vermonters who work incredibly hard is very tough. Vermont actually has one of the widest, if not the widest, gap between what people can earn and what their expenses are. So it's tough at the end of the month to pay all the bills, the grocery bills, the healthcare bills, all of these things. And we're talking, in a way, abstractly about this tax plan. And the reality for most folks in this country is that for the past 40 years, working Americans have actually had a pay cut, not a pay increase. And my hope is that whatever tax policy we have is going to start with a commitment to making lives better for the Main Street folks that you mentioned, and I'm glad that you did. But there is going to be a lot of negotiation on how to pay for these tax cuts. And one of the things that will be on the block is something that's very, very important to Vermonters, and that's the affordable tax care credits that we have now. So in Vermont, I mean, health care is incredibly expensive for everybody. But if we have, just as an example, an electrician in Bennington, Vermont, who's making $67,000 a year, with the tax credits that are set to expire, that family would have a $700 a month increase in their health care bill. That's going to hammer them. It's like $9,000. So my question to you is, in putting together this tax proposal, where you are going to have to be making recommendations about how to pay for it, will we continue to provide this help to Vermonters, like this electrician in Brattleboro, so that he doesn't get hammered on health care premiums going well beyond what he can afford?
Senator, as we discussed in your office, and I haven't had time to do my homework on this, as I think I told you that my family, friends, business colleagues, I often get sick of hearing my phrase, no data, no opinion.
No,
I will get up to speed. If confirmed, I will get up to this.
I appreciate that, but there's a couple of things that really make a difference for working Americans in South Carolina and in Vermont. The child tax credit, you know, when we had that and reduced poverty for children by 50%, that's really elemental for hardworking families. In the premium support, where healthcare is just a brutal expense for employers too, by the way. So my hope is that in the design, we're going to start by making certain that we do no harm to working Vermonters and working South Carolinians, okay? Second, on the tariffs, I'm in support of the China tariffs. That is defending us against unfair trade practices by China. I'm concerned about the impact of tariffs on Canada and what that does to us in Vermont. Our major business partner, export partner, is Canada. And from what we have seen, it would raise the cost to businesses, probably cost jobs and cost to consumers. So what reassurance can we get from the Trump administration that there's going to be a do no harm policy to American consumers and Vermont workers and small businesses with a tariff policy?
Senator, very, very difficult for me to isolate Vermont especially, but in terms of working Americans, I believe that President Trump understands that it's working America. He had a very unique coalition.
Well, he does, and I hope the policy will reflect that. So I appreciate the opportunity to work with you on that.
I look forward to working with you, and look, I think he understands that it's the affordability crisis.
It is, and just the last thing, very little time, but we were talking about credit card rates for consumers. Credit card fees for our small businesses are the highest in the whole world, the highest in the whole world. Why can't we bring them down and pay what Europe pays? Our small businesses, it's like the second or third highest expense for them. And you'll have some impact there, but those costs on our small business, including those small, the pass-through businesses, I'd like to get them down and get your help in doing that.
I look forward to working with you on this issue if confirmed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Marshall.
Well, thank you, Chairman Crapo, Ranking Member Wyden. It's great to join the Finance Committee. As I listen around, it seems like to me like so many of us share the same goal, that we want Americans to be prosperous. We want them to be able to live their American dream. We disagree how to get there oftentimes, but we all had this same goal, that we want Americans to be prosperous. Mr. Bessent, welcome, and congratulations on your nomination as well. I think it could be said that Rural America in many ways is President Trump's base. Of the 77 million people that voted for President Trump, a lot of them came from rural America. In fact, I think I could argue that 90% of rural Americans voted for President Trump. And no one has suffered more these last 4 years than rural America has. So my questions may be geared up about that as this economy. What can we do to help Main Street, to help small businesses, and to help rural America? Now, everyone knows that you're a financial wizard, that you've been successful on Wall Street. But I just want to understand your commitment to small town America. You're from a small town. I think you understand agriculture from our conversations, and even some background in community banks. How important are community banks to those small towns, and what is your commitment to rural America?
Well, Senator Marshall, I think I, again, may be one of the few Treasury Secretary nominees in recent period who occasionally listens to farm radio on XM on weekends. And I can tell you that after the Silicon Valley debacle, that farm radio was intensely focused on the potential loss of small and community banks.
Yes.
And they are important pillars for those communities. So I think examining in terms of what is the regulation, what is the supervision, that are they being unduly burdened, and that they are not able to help their communities. What are the supervisor, what is the supervisory edict there? And then again, as I said earlier too, I think that China has not made good on their ag purchases for 4 years. And if confirmed, next week, I would start pushing for them to resume the purchases, and then I would conference with President Trump on whether he believes that there should be a makeup provision.
Thank you. I want to stay on rural America and talk about tax credits for a second. 45Z is a tax credit, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with it or not, but it would really help rural America in the standpoint that we help take some of our feedstocks, whether it's soybeans or corn, and turn it into biodiesel, renewable diesel. I think it's going to lead to a cleaner air for all of us, but it's certainly very important to rural America, and just would ask that you would look into it. But what we can't do is let China benefit from it. I really think any tax credit we have should not impact foreign entities, and just want to get a few background thoughts on this 45Z tax credit from you.
Well, as we discussed in your office, and you gave me a very good overview of how the Chinese backdoor into this program. So that's obviously unacceptable. And I look forward to working with you on the 45Z.
Great. And then I want to finish up probably here on the Trump tax cuts and how important it is to make them permanent. I don't understand what $4.6 trillion is, but I can tell you that families back in Kansas were able to keep about $1,000 a month in their pocket after the Trump tax cuts took effect. And I think that would be going forward. So if we lost these Trump tax cuts, then I would assume that those same families would be giving the federal government another $1,000. So this issue to me is vitally important to rural America to the tune of $1,000 a month. So I guess my question for you is, beyond just making the current Trump tax cuts permanent, what else would be on the menu that would help the economy as far as other tax cuts?
Well, I think President Trump has talked about, and it's not specifically a rural issue, but it is something that affects the lower two quintiles of the income distribution more. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, and perhaps making auto loans tax deductible again. That would go a long way towards addressing this affordability crisis.
So that's a great start. I hope we can come back and talk about C-Corp tax coming down as well one more time. That is permanent as it is, but I think there's opportunity there. Thank you, Chairman. It's an honor to be here.
Mr. Chairman, one sentence. I very much appreciate our colleague mentioning 45Z, the Clean Fuels Production Tax Credit. That is part of the clean energy tax credits that we got into law, so I look forward to working with you on it.
Thank you. So let me just, Mr. Bessent, so you understand how we're going here. I know it's been a long time, and thank you for your patience. We have Senator Warren next, followed by Senator Scott, and then Senator Whitehouse. And then Senator Wyden would like to ask one more question. He gets the only extra question of the day. And then he and I will probably make a few very brief remarks in wrap up, and we'll be finished at that point. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Bessent, and welcome to your family. It's good to see everyone here today. So last month, President Trump said he supports repealing the debt limit. So do I. So there we are, Donald Trump and Elizabeth Warren are singing from the same hymnal. Mr. Bessent, let's make it a trio. Do you agree with President-elect Trump that the debt limit should be repealed?
Senator Warren, first of all, I enjoyed our visit in your office and appreciate the fact that when I walked in, you said, let's talk about what we have in common, our love of Cape Cod, the Red Sox, and that addressing the affordability crisis and the housing shortage. So the debt limit is a very nuanced convention. What I would like to do is get back to you and President Trump. I'd like to do a survey of market participants with this amount of debt. It's very fragile equilibrium that we sell bonds in.
Mr. Bessent, forgive me for just a minute here, because this is the question about I'm not asking you whether or not we ought to increase our debt. I'm asking a very different question, and that is whether or not we should have a statute in place that says there's a debt limit that, if we don't increase the debt limit, would cause us to default. And that's not an economic analysis. In fact, let me ask you, I understand earlier you were citing the Congressional Budget Office. Have you seen the Congressional Budget Office projections of what would happen if the United States government defaulted on its debt? That is, if we hit the debt limit and just kept on going without raising it or eliminating it?
Yeah, look, Senator Warren, the United States is not going to default on its debt if I'm confirmed. But you know, I will tell you that for people who don't understand the debt limit, it might be like taking out your handbrake in your car, that you can still hit the brakes, but it's one less feature.
But I thought you just said you'd never use it. So you're talking about a handbrake that appears to be there, but in fact is not connected to a braking system. It is literally never used, right?
Never been used. I've never pulled a handbrake going 60 miles an hour in my car.
And the reason for that, I assume, is the enormous cost of a debt default. In fact, the Congressional Budget Office that I was asking you about a minute ago said that, or Moody's estimated, that a debt limit breach would cost the U.S. economy $12 trillion and cost 6 million people their jobs. I think this is the reason that President-elect Trump said that eliminating the debt limit is, quote, the smartest thing Congress could do. And I'd like for Congress to do the smartest thing, and that is eliminate the debt limit so we don't have this problem.
Well, Senator Warren, I will tell you that once President Trump takes office, and if I'm confirmed, if he wants to eliminate the debt limit, I will work with him and you on that.
Great, great, because I agree with President-elect Trump that the debt limit should be repealed. I note, however, right now that's not what congressional Republicans plan to do. Last month, they committed to raising the debt limit by another $1.5 trillion. So why do Republicans want to raise the debt ceiling? Because their plan is to shovel new tax cuts to billionaires, and that would increase the debt by more than $1 trillion just in the next 4-year period. During his first term, President Trump's only major legislative achievement was his 2017 tax cuts that mostly got sucked up by millionaires, billionaires, and giant corporations. Now, most of these cuts were good for only 8 years so that Republicans who were designing them could claim that the cost was only $2 trillion. 8 years of cuts that added $2 trillion to the debt. Now we're talking about Republicans and President-elect Trump who want to give those same rich people and giant corporations more years of tax cuts. And I just want to be clear that we understand each other here, that I think it was Senator Warnock who asked you about, is there any billionaire rich enough who you wouldn't support a tax cut for going forward?
I think it's unwise to single out any individual.
Okay, is there any group of billionaires? You can just pick a dollar figure and there can be more than one above that.
I could give you a glib answer, but I won't. But you know, again, that's not where the money is. At one point when President Obama was debating Mitt Romney, the moderator said, "But sir, that would make collections go down." And he said, "Yeah, but it's about fairness." And I have to tell you, Senator Warren, I'm about collection.
I understand, but I like to think that fairness is about billionaires actually paying their fair share too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Scott, welcome, or Mr. Bessent, welcome to our committee. Good to see you again, and thank you for your willingness to serve. It is certainly a sacrifice to you and your family, but I think it's actually an investment for the country. We need folks who are willing to sacrifice on behalf of a greater cause. The greater cause in this instance is generations of Americans you will likely never meet, but we'll be better off because we do the right thing. One of the things I think about as the right thing, I know you grew up in a working class family and I grew up in a single parent household mired in poverty, is having stability in our financial system. One of the places where we need the greatest amount of stability is for our banks. So think about Silicon Valley Bank and other banks that failed recently. As you can imagine, as the chairman of the banking committee, I care deeply about the stability and strength of our banking system. From your vantage point, can you provide your assessment of the current safety and soundness of the U.S. banking industry, and what steps you believe are necessary to ensure long-term stability?
Senator Scott, good to see you. Good to have two South Carolinians in the room. And look, I think the strength of the U.S. Economy, our financial markets, is the depth and breadth of our financial systems. I believe that we have likely seen the top 5 banks become too big a share of banking assets. We have seen, because of undue regulation, the shadow banking system get larger and larger, and to the detriment of community banks, small banks, and the small regional banks. So I think that we have to take a look at both regulatory and supervisory conditions in those. I think that the banking system is well capitalized, perhaps overcapitalized, and this comes from someone, my background is as a financial institutions analyst. I've also taught the history of financial crises, so I am very attuned to the idea that financial stability is important. The pendulum tends to swing from one way, go into overshoot, and that from 99 to 2008, that was an overshoot. And since then, the regulation, our banking system has been constrained. And if we are going to have the kind of the generalized Main Street prosperity that I would like to see over the next few years, it's going to be driven by communities, small banks, and small regionals.
Well, if I had more time, maybe another 5 or 6 minutes would be great. I don't think I'm getting it. Thank you very much. We'd spend a little more time on Basel III, because your answer actually reinforces the fact that Basel III puts more capital on the sidelines, which means there's less capital to loan for mortgages or for starting small businesses. But I won't go there. But where I will go, however, is towards opportunity zones. As you know, I wrote the legislation, and opportunity zones was in fact a bipartisan piece of legislation, although it's only supported by Republicans. And the results of the opportunity zones has been astounding. My friends who are mayors, Democrat mayors, support it and celebrate it. My friends who are Republican governors support it and celebrate it, because the fact is simple, that $84 billion committed and invested in opportunity zones have led to real help coming into some distressed communities. It's only had less than a 5% gentrification rate, which is really important. But for the housing question, so many folks, mayors around the country, said for the first time, because of opportunity zones, they're seeing affordable housing in their downtown areas, and they haven't seen it, John Geddes in Rock Hill, 3 decades. So we know that they've been effective without gentrification. I hope that the administration will spend some time encouraging and supporting the next iteration of opportunity zones. Your thoughts quickly?
Senator Scott, I think they have been a resounding success. And I recently read data that in terms of affordable housing, the opportunity zones have created more affordable housing within the zones than any other federal government program since opportunity zones were created. So I think that it's a fantastic way to address the housing crisis. I think the inner city redevelopment. I think we could think about opportunity zones more in rural areas.
Yes.
So I look forward to expanding and continuing the discussion.
Thank you. My last thoughts will be a comment, not a question. But as a result of the TCJA, we saw the richest Americans' tax burden as a percent of revenues coming in go up. And we saw the poorest Americans, as a percent of revenue coming into the government, go down. I think the easiest way to say that is to recognize that a single mother, like the one who raised me in 2017, made on average $40,000 a year. Her tax burden, her tax percent went down, her tax rate went down by 71%. That is a result of good policy being good politics. And I hope we keep our eye on the ball of helping the average American have more of their money in their pockets. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Senator Whitehouse.
Thanks very much, Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Bessent. Thank you for the meeting we had in my office. I understand that colleagues have already raised the urgency of more sanctions on Russia's shadow fleet, particularly as it is sabotaging our allies' infrastructure in the Baltic, and urged that it is unfair for Chinese manufacturers to be able to underprice U.S. manufacturers by virtue of lower environmental standards. So I just want to give two big thumbs ups to both of those notions. As we talked about in my office, I think that the most immediate danger of a major economic collapse is going to come through the insurance industry. We're seeing signs of it in Florida already. The fires in LA are making it worse out in California, but it's occurring nationwide. And as we discussed, where you can't get insurance, you can't get mortgages, where you can't get mortgages, you can't sell properties at value, and that cascades, according to the chief economist of Freddie Mac, into a 2008-style massive economic recession. So I would like to ask first that you get somebody on your team to take a look at this report, which I'd ask to put into the record, from the Senate Budget Committee while I was chairing it, on the non-renewals, price increases, and unavailability problem county by county across the country. And if somebody on your team looks at it and can give you a summary, I would be grateful. And I would actually ask you personally to read this Economist magazine article. I don't think it's complicated.
No, Senator Whitehouse, you gave it to me in your office, and I did read it.
Good. So all right, so we're ahead of you. So I just want to make sure.
I will point out to my children behind me, doing your homework's important.
It is important, and thank you for doing that. I think you're the first person in a nominations hearing who's actually done the reading that has been proposed. So I just think that all of us need to be alert to this problem. I think it's actually started. Ernest Hemingway famously said that bankruptcies happen gradually and then suddenly. I think we're in gradually on a climate change-driven insurance crisis that will cascade out into the whole economy. I gave my Environment Public Works colleagues a book this thick. I gave your team a similar book of all the many high-level, serious, peer-reviewed studies that have shown these economic risks. And I just don't think we're ready for it. And I think it's really important that we be ready for it. And I don't want anybody to say that they weren't warned about it. So there's my warning. Last question to you, and I'm going to be treading into an area where I don't know a thing because I just heard about this morning, and I've been the ranking member in the EPW NOMS hearing. So what I did read this morning is that the manner in which you have structured your partnership has enabled you to avoid the payment of nearly $1 million in Medicare taxes, and that the IRS has taken the position that the manner in which you structured your partnership to avoid those Medicare taxes does not actually support avoiding Medicare taxes. And it's probably more complicated of an issue than you and I are going to get through in the next 1 minute and 13 seconds. So we'll follow up with a question for the record. But I just think that when we're dealing with these massive issues of income inequality and threats to Medicare and all of the concerns that I think actually helped propel President Trump to the presidency, it would be extremely awkward if the Secretary of the Treasury were taking advantage of a supposed avoidance mechanism that the IRS, which you oversee, has determined actually doesn't produce that result. And somehow those things need to come into alignment. I don't know why. I suppose the easiest thing would be to go back and pay the Medicare taxes. But again, this is way more complicated than you and I can dispose of in the next half minute. But I do think it's important. I think it's really important to send a message as an incoming Treasury Secretary that everything you do with respect to your personal taxes aligns with IRS guidance.
Senator White, thank you for the question. So it is the firm's taxes, and we are up to date on all our taxes. This matter is not by us, but it is in continuing litigation. If confirmed, I have agreed to shutter my firm, and I have also informed the ranking member and the chairman that I will provision the amount that is lower than the amount that was stated in the press release that went out last night, and I will hold that until the case makes its way through the courts. So once
that seems like an attentive response to the problem, and I'm glad you respected this actually is a problem that needs to be attended to. So thank you.
Thank you. And Senator Wyden has asked if he could add one final question. You get the last one, Senator Wyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I gather that after this, at some point, you and I will have some closers. I appreciate that, and I'm going to be very short on that as well. Mr. Bessent, I want to ask about the double standard with respect to tax enforcement in America. The working person, a firefighter or a nurse or somebody who works for a wage, pays taxes with every single paycheck, and the government gets that information. And to a great extent, the ultra-wealthy can have a very different system. They can bring in this whole battery of accountants and lawyers and the like and say, you know, make sure that I don't have a lot of income this year. And then they don't have the same reporting system. And what I have always felt is that ensuring that the government, the IRS, can do tax enforcement to prevent wealthy tax cheating is absolutely crucial to limiting this double standard with respect to enforcement, where you have all this information from people who are working for a wage, and you're trying to figure out what's actually going on with lots of wealthy people. Because to me, the scam is in what's legal. I want it understood that I'm talking about people using their accountants and lawyers and this battery of people. So my question to you is, do you believe that it makes sense for the Congress to give the IRS the resources to collect taxes from people who may be cheating? And we don't even know because it's so hard to run down all this information. Do you believe it's important for the Congress to fund the IRS for that kind of enforcement?
Senator Wyden, I believe that collections are very important, and I believe that the IRS, and again, I haven't been confirmed, I have had no meetings, this is all external. I believe that a large amount of it can be solved by data processing, and we are on the verge of an AI revolution. And I would hope that the AI revolution, much as it has in medical technology, it's pattern recognition, and that my understanding now is that the agency runs on 12 different systems on COBOL, which is the programming language that when I went to Yale in 1980. So I am 100% in favor of that, of updating those systems.
So you talked to me about this in the office, and I appreciated the comments. It's still resources. It's going to be computers, perhaps, not people. But I showed up in the United States Senate when only one person, Pat Leahy, knew how to use a computer. And so we've seen these dramatic developments, and I think you're right, AI is going to shape the debate, but it still leaves the question, we're going to need resources. And again, what you've seen, because we don't have the resources to go after the wealthy tax cheats, people who use the earned income tax credit or something, they're the ones, who get the audits and the like. And I want to see in this position somebody make a commitment to making sure we'll have the resources to go after the wealthy tax cheats who have this unique kind of system. And I would acknowledge your point that certainly it's going to be a challenge in the years ahead with respect to AI and other technologies, but we're still going to need resources. Are you going to support that?
If confirmed, I will come back to you with a plan for upping collections.
On wealthy tax cheats?
Well, you seem to believe that the wealthy cheat more, but that I think across the entire income spectrum. So you were saying that the wealthy have this special cachet, and if there is some large mother lode there, then to figure out how to crack that, whether it's through AI or some other means, that I will commit to coming back to you.
Well, let me tell you why it's so important. Former IRS Commissioner Rettig, who was President-elect Trump's last IRS commissioner, testified here that the IRS needed additional multi-year funding because it was, quote, outgunned when it came to auditing wealthy individuals and large corporations. So the view that I have stated today is not just one that I offer, but a former Trump appointee said specifically that the agency was outgunned with respect to resources. So you've indicated that you'll continue the discussion. It's an important one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good. Well, thank you. And why don't you go ahead with any closing remarks you'd like to make right now, and then I will wrap it up.
I'm going to spare everybody, and especially the nominee, a filibuster. It's been a long morning. And Mr. Bessent, we started off with your confirming that you're going to protect taxpayers' ability to file their taxes for free directly with the IRS. And I think that's constructive, because I think when it works for a second straight year, we're going to begin to join the rest of the Western industrialized world in making sure that our people have a chance to have a system that works for them, that empowers them if they choose it. With respect to some other issues, I'm concerned about a number of other matters, and we may need to have some additional conversations about it. What concerned me was your response to my question about wealth rather than work with respect to being favored in the tax code. And I think today that's a reality. That's just plain fact. And the people I represent know it, because they pay taxes with all their paychecks, and they're paying a higher rate than people who, as I've indicated today, have good lawyers and good accountants. So I continue to be very troubled by that. And some of the past reforms have tried to minimize those differences between tax rates for wealthy people and tax rates for workers. But I remain concerned about that. And with respect to some of the other issues, I leave you with the proposition that I haven't really heard you touch on, and it's the proposition that Bill Bradley and I have believed in these many years, is we want a tax code that gives everybody in America the chance to get ahead. And with differences like the one I've asked about, the difference between the rates for the wealthy and for workers, there's a long way to go to get it done. So I'll look forward to continuing some conversations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Wyden. And Mr. Bessent, we're toward the very end here. I'll be brief myself. I want to end where I started out. I think that it's very clear that you have acted in your dealing with the vetting of this committee in a very, very straightforward, courteous, and honorable way. When it comes to your qualifications to be the next Secretary of the Treasury, there is no room for debate, and you have shown that today here in the hearing. Your background, your training, everything is tailor-made for this role, and your character and demeanor are self-evident. You have satisfied our due diligence process. In prior Congresses, I've joined with many of my Republican colleagues in voting for well-qualified Treasury Secretary candidates put forward by a Democratic president, even though I didn't agree with all of the positions that they advocated. Your candidacy ought to enjoy similar support, and I'm going to encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join with me in advancing your nomination. I appreciate your taking the time that you have taken to work with us over the past few weeks to get this process to this point. And with that, I would like to remind my colleagues that the deadline for submitting any questions for the record is 5 p.m. today. And without anything else, this hearing stands adjourned.
I will. Eat my lunch. Twist and shake violently. There you go.
Some fun and friendly words exchanged between astronauts Nick Hague and Sonny Williams as they return inside the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock and continuing with their ingress portion after a hard day's work on EVA 91 outside of the International Space Station. You are seeing the other portion of the Quest airlock, the equipment lock that NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore, who is in the center of the screen, looking through the window of the hatchway and peering in to see what astronauts Nick Hague and Sonny Williams are up to, alongside with Don Pettit. They are the IVs, or intervehicular support team, for today's spacewalk. They help the two prepare, get dressed in their spacesuits, along with their pre-breathe portion of their preparations before egressing out into the vacuum of space, and await for their crewmates to return here in the next little while.
All right, Nick, Sonny, that's 2 minutes. So, Nick, you can verify the outer hatch is clear of any hardware and tethers, and then verify the handle position per the hatch decal. And when that's done, you can close and lock the hatch.
Work.
Now just a little over 5 hours and 52 minutes into today's EVA is the crew of Sonny Williams and Nick Hague, two astronauts EV1 and EV2, out and about of the International Space Station, completing a multitude of assembly, maintenance, and upgraded tasks, and are now back inside the crew lock and awaiting the next steps of the ingress portion of today's spacewalk, or their return inside of the orbiting laboratory. You're seeing a live look from inside the equipment lock, the other half of this airlock, the Quest airlock, in which their support teams on the other side of that hatchway. That is Barry Wilmore, NASA astronaut, looking in. An eye on both Hague and Williams, and Don Pettit immediately off to his right-hand side.
Hey. Okay. Seats latched and locked. Hatches closed, Jeff.
Copy, hatches closed and locked. Sonny, on the UIA, we are going to check oxygen EMU 1 and 2 valves. 2 are open.
Oxygen EMU 1 and 2 are open.
Copy, switch power EV 1 and 2, 2 valves to on.
Power EV1 coming on.
LED is on. Power EV2 coming on. LED is on.
Copy. Sunny, can you check that EV1 and 2 volts read 18 to 19?
Yep, confirmed 18.6 on 1, 18.6 on 2.
Awesome. Both of you, please switch power now to SCU and EV. Expect warning tone.
I'll wait for you.
Okay. I'm in SCU.
I'll get that guy. Hold on. Wait. Cricket.
It's the toughest switch through I have to do. Hold your arm in half 3 times in order to make that throw.
SCU, 82 SCU. Me?
I heard you. Okay. Jess, we're both in SCU.
Okay, copy. Nick, Sunny. With that, I'm going to go ahead and sign off here and hand you back to Butch. But before I do that, I just want to take a quick moment to congratulate both you and the entire team today on a safe and really highly successful EVA. Some of these tasks we accomplished today were really a long time in the making, so it really was the combined efforts of both the team on orbit and the many, many teams on the ground that made today a reality. So I just want to say thank you all for dedicating the time and the effort that you did. And congrats, Nick and Sunny, on the completion of your 4th and 8th EVAs, respectively. Job well done.
Thanks, Jeff. You did an awesome job today. And, you know, those are great words. As you mentioned those teams, it flashes through my head seeing the faces and the smiles of all those people support us at the MDL and the VR lab and Building 9 and the team that makes this happen it's just really special to be a part of it and get to do this with them. We're about 2 months short of the 60th anniversary of the first spacewalk, and it's just really cool to be part of that legacy and do our little bit.
In a couple words, also, if you don't mind, Nick.
Fire away.
You know, it's a huge team, but also our families. Thank you to them. Endured this blood adventure, particularly on the 60th anniversary of spacewalking. Happy birthday to my husband, Mike.
Hey, happy birthday, Mike.
All right, Butch, I think we're back with you.
And Houston, just confirm you want me to pick up from here.
And Sunny for those great words. And Butch, you have the comm.
Fantastic. Well, and with that, we're going to step into get you guys in here. So both of you, O2 actuator to press.
Copy.
Verify O2 pause press is displayed.
Good.
And you just heard from the crew aboard the International Space Station and NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams as they are returned to the crew lock with some joyous words of their day today, and truly a team effort from those up aboard the International Space Station and those teams here on the ground. Approaching 5 minutes and 59 seconds of today's EVA as the support teams aboard the orbiting laboratory. Butch Wilmore, you see to the left, Don Pettit to the right, just outside of the hatch. And just on the other side is where Hague and Williams await as they continue to begin their ingress procedures to return inside the orbiting laboratory.
And that's EV1 and EV2 both in press?
Affirm.
Press is displayed.
Yes.
All right, Nick, check the EV hatch MPEV is closed.
It is closed, Butch.
Okay, we're going to start throttling the equalization valve, so let us know if we need to stop.
Will do.
The start time is 1900. The 4 expected alert time. You're currently at 1.5.
Okay. Copy, Butch. Going on in here. Copy 4.
You just heard the call for today's spacewalk that has officially come to a close at 1:01 p.m. Central Time, 2:01 p.m. Eastern Time, and that puts today's EVA at exactly 6 hours long for NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams. We'll bring you updated stats in just a couple of moments, but again, that official end time and repressurization of the crew lock began at 1:01 p.m. Central Time at 2:01 p.m. Eastern.
All right, good timing. Thank you, Aki.
No, I never turned on my glove heaters.
Neither. Me neither. Look at a nice temperature all day long.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Hot, just cold, just right.
Man, I never had to touch the TCD once we went out there.
Yeah. Me neither.
Hey, guys, let's check your glove heaters are off.
One's off.
Glove for any contamination.
No contamination.
No contamination. That's nothing on my glove.
4 seconds in our 2-minute wait. Houston, pressure appears to be holding stable. Do you agree? Checking.
Give us another minute or so. We'll get back to you.
Okay, sounds good. Standing by. Standing by another minute, guys.
Standing by.
Y'all are still feeling good, right?
Feeling good.
Feeling good.
Houston, while we're waiting, just to confirm, before we actually continue to repress, we're going to go O2 actuator to IV in step 10. Is that right?
but you are correct, and we are good to continue at this point.
Okay, fantastic. Well, that brings us up to step 10. If both of y'all are feeling well, you go O2 actuator to IV. Let me know when you're there, and then we'll continue the repress.
DD 2's an IV.
And 1's an IV.
All righty, here we go. IV hatch equalization valve. We're going norm to continue the repress. Expected alert tone. PSI. 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 9 PSI.
Happy 9, feeling good.
And PSI. Thank you. 11 PSI. PSI.
I think it's lunchtime.
Lunchtime. Gonna have all the meals all at once.
Yep. Brunch, dinner, all in one.
13 PSI.
Happy 13, feeling good.
Same here.
It's breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It's like a blender.
Yeah. Blender. Do we undo from the keyring extender so they don't
I don't think we're going to float away.
stuck like a...
TDP is 0. You'll expect an alert tone.
Okay.
Free.
Thank you.
14 PSI.
We continue our live coverage of U.S. Spacewalk 91 as NASA astronauts Sonny Williams and Nick Hague have returned inside the crew lock after an exactly 6-hour spacewalk today that saw them accomplish a multitude of tasks. And as we update the numbers with that time frame, today the 273rd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. As we hear Butch Wilmore and the internal team inside the International Space Station continuing to monitor the repressurization of the crew lock to bring both Hague and Williams back inside. Today's spacewalk for those two was the first out of station this year and the second spacewalk during Expedition 72. It is the fourth spacewalk of Nick Hague's career, and his new totals now are 25 hours and 56 minutes. The eighth spacewalk of Sonny Williams' career, totaling now 56 hours and 40 minutes. And as mentioned, today's spacewalk lasted exactly 6 hours on the button, starting right at 7:01 a.m. Central Time and ending at 1:01 p.m. Central Time. And with that, in total, today, as we mentioned, the 273rd spacewalk in support of assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, and the total time of that approaching 1,729 hours, 13 minutes, or the equivalent of, at the bottom there, 72 days, 1 hour, and 13 minutes of spacewalking time for the International Space Station. And there you see the beautiful views of the hatch opening. Don Pettit and Butch Wilmore ready to welcome back inside the equipment lock Nick Hague and Sonny Williams with some happy hugs as they make their way back inside the orbiting laboratory. That is Commander of Expedition 72, Sonny Williams, entering in first. And there you see the top of her helmet, and then just past that, you see the feet up above the top of that crew lock belonging to astronaut Nick Hague.
We're still seeing no pain.
Continuing to monitor the ingress of astronauts Sonny Williams and Nick Hague as they have returned from outside the International Space Station for U.S. spacewalk number 91. Sonny Williams right there in the foreground, and Hague out in the background. You see his feet floating towards the top of the crew lock as they enter and get assistance from their internal support team of NASA astronauts Don Pettit and Butch Wilmore. Right now they're taking off the safer units on the backside of Williams's uniform. Those are the simplified aid for EVA rescue should they have needed them for additional safety assurance outside the International Space Station. That provides them stability, thrust, and maneuverability should they become untethered. So as they adjust for Sonny, they will make sure that they have everything squared away before reattaching her to the equipment lock. watching continued coverage here on NASA Plus as EVA 91 starting to wind down as NASA astronaut and commander of Expedition 72, Sunny Williams, has the first one to enter the equipment lock. And her colleagues, NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore on the right side, Don Pettit on the near ground, assisting Williams back up on the rack and inside the equipment lock. And astronaut Nick Hague, who joined Williams for an exactly 6-hour spacewalk today, awaits his turn inside the crew lock just through that lidded framework. You can see his feet and those red stripes so faintly floating before he can make his return inside the International Space Station as well. And again, this was the 8th spacewalk for Williams, the 4th for Nick Hague. Bringing up their overall totals for Hague, 25 hours and 56 minutes out in the vacuum of space. And for Williams, now 56 hours and 40 minutes in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. We'll continue our coverage and keep things here right on NASA Plus as we watch the two astronauts return inside the space station and make sure that all systems are good with those two. And of course, we'll recap today's events as teamwork on display for both Hague and Williams, the team inside the International Space Station and the teams here inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room, and many more on the ground supporting today's EVA that saw the accomplishment of 4 key tasks as well as 2 additional tasks thanks to the efficiency of all those involved during today's spacewalk. And there you saw the removal of the safer unit on the backside of the spacesuit of Nick Hague. Hague on the right with the red stripes towards the top of that backpack-like structure of his suit, and Sunny Williams just across the way of the equipment lock inside of the Quest airlock of the International Space Station. great to see those congratulatory handshakes and hugs for the two astronauts after completing a 6-hour spacewalk today, US EVA number 91, in which they were able to remove and replace a rate gyro assembly, the number 2 unit that helps measure the International Space Station's vehicle motion, and also the rotational rate, and provide that data for better calculate orientation of the orbiting laboratory. They would then go on to remove and replace a planar reflector that was on the zenith side of the Harmony International docking adapter. That would be the spacing side of that port, to help with the communications for visiting vehicles for their approach to and docking procedures connecting with the orbiting laboratory. And then the two would then move on to install patches for the damaged NICER X-ray telescope, the Neutron Star Interior Composition Explorer. And then the two would move on to the alpha magnetic spectrometer setup to look out for future EVA opportunities, preparatory tasks to upgrade the alpha magnetic spectrometer, or AMS. And with that efficiency and the teamwork of those two and their guidance and teammates inside the International Space Station and those on the ground, they had extra time and were given additional tasks in which they were able to complete imagery of an ammonia line on the Unity module and pick up those photos for future use, as well as take a look and evaluate an articulating portable foot restraint unit also on the outside of the International Space Station. Now you are looking inside the equipment lock, the crew lock just past them, where both Nick Hague on the right side, Sonny Williams on the left, would re-enter the International Space Station and are now being assisted back onto the racks by their internal support team of astronauts, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Don Pettit.
מלחמה.
Houston, do you want pictures of the gloves while they're pressurized?
Bye-bye. But we do not need pressurized glove photos, only for unpressurized, unless there's something specific.
Hang on.
You're looking live inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Room as we have a temporary handover of communications with the International Space Station between satellites as the U.S. EVA Spacewalk and Flight Director Nicole McElroy keeping eye on NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sonny Williams, who have completed a 6-hour spacewalk and have since returned inside of the International Space Station with assistance from Butch Wilmore and Don Pettit, who are assisting them in the removal of their gloves and helmets. And we will keep coverage here on NASA Plus until that removal and take a look ahead at what's to come and future U.S. spacewalks. And the next one just a week from now. And there you can see the return feed coming from the inside of the equipment lock as Sonny Williams on the left-hand side completing her 8th spacewalk today. Nick Hague on the right completing his 4th.
Spacewalk Houston. Don, if you can see it on your right, if you look below, downwards, there was a battery pack that was floating downwards. Good catch.
This is Mission Control Houston. As you can see from inside the Quest airlock, the helmets and gloves have been removed from NASA astronauts Sunny Williams and Nick Hague after completing a 6-hour spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 91, completing a multitude of tasks in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. That'll conclude our coverage for today's EVA, but taking a look ahead at what's to come for future EVAs. The next one, U.S. Spacewalk EVA 92, will be a week from now, Thursday, January 23rd, and starting at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. That'll be 5:45 a.m. Central Time. And again, that'll do it for our coverage today. Thank you so much for tuning in and staying with us for this 6-hour EVA, a successful one and a good day to go for a walk outside for NASA astronauts Sunny Williams and Nick Hague. And you can follow along with all the latest updates on nasa.gov. This is Mission Control Houston.
Battery level is low. The aircraft will go to the home point in 10 seconds.
has fought for those who serve in uniform, fought to prepare our military for the challenges they face defending our nation, whether forward deployed or back at home. He fought as a senator from Delaware to ensure our service members, veterans, and their families were taken care of. He fought as vice president for stronger Veterans Affairs programs and more support for service members transitioning back to civilian life. And as our president, he continued to fight, lead our nation through an uncertain and dynamic geostrategic environment while strengthening our force to protect our future. Mr. President, Dr. Biden, Madam Vice President, Commissioner Inhofe, government and elected officials, civic leaders, Department of Defense leadership, general flag officers, senior enlisted leaders, and distinguished guests, welcome and thank you for being here. President Biden's work with Congress on bipartisan legislation has set our military on a course to confront the threats of tomorrow, to ensure our warfighters are ready when the nation calls. He supported significant investments in shipbuilding to modernize and expand our naval fleet. We are on track to increase the number and lethality of our fighters and bombers and expand our space domain capabilities. We are now on a trajectory to increase long-range fires, implement next-generation combat vehicles, and improve air and missile defense. And generational modernization of U.S. nuclear triad is underway, bolstering our deterrence capabilities. And we're on a pathway has been set to streamline adopting emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and uncrewed systems into our fighting force. Simultaneously, President Biden has worked tirelessly to care for our men and women in uniform and their families, improving the quality of military housing, providing historic pay raises, and implementing new programs to expand the benefits available to all service members. I'd also like to recognize the incredible work of Dr. Joe Biden. She has done what she has done with Joining Forces Initiative, supporting service members, veterans, caregivers, and their families. As our Commander-in-Chief, President Biden has fought for our military time and time again. Today's ceremony is just a small, small token of our appreciation. So thank you, Mr. President, for all you have done for this nation and its military. Your unwavering commitment to the strengthening of our force and the welfare of our service members, veterans, and families stands as a testament to the deep responsibility you have carried throughout your service. On a personal note, I want to thank you for the trust and confidence you placed in me as the 21st Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. It's truly an honor to serve our nation and have this opportunity to lead the Joint Force. Mr. President, your lifetime of selfless service, your unwavering commitment to those that answer our nation's call, and your leadership as our Commander-in-Chief has profoundly shaped our nation. To paraphrase 2 Timothy chapter 4, verse 7, you have fought the good fight, you have finished the race, and you have kept the faith. On behalf of our 2.1 million men and women in uniform, our military families, and our veterans, thank you, Mr. President, for keeping the faith, and those past and present who defend our great nation. Simply said, thanks for your leadership. May God bless you and your family. May God bless our service members and their families. May God continue to bless the United States of America. Thank you.
distinguished guests, Secretary Austin.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Mr. President, Dr. Biden, Madam Vice President, and Mr. Imhoff, Department of Defense leadership, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Armed Forces Farewell Tribute in honor of our 46th President. For more than 5 decades, President Joe Biden has thrown himself into public service. And over the past 4 years, he's secured his place in history as one of our great foreign policy presidents. As Secretary of Defense, I have seen this, and I've seen his leadership up close. He took the oath of office as America faced a moment of great challenge. The COVID pandemic was raging, and our allies and partners feared that America had lost its way. President Biden helped America and the world recover from the pandemic. And he renewed American leadership around the planet. President Biden dramatically strengthened our unmatched global network of allies and partners. He rallied the free world to help Ukraine fight for its freedom after Putin's indefensible invasion. He positioned America to succeed in strategic competition with the People's Republic of China. He orchestrated a new convergence in the Indo-Pacific around a shared vision of security, openness, and prosperity. He reinforced NATO, which is now larger, stronger, and more united than ever. He shored up Israel's security after the vile October 7th terrorist assault by Hamas. He helped defend Israel from outrageous direct attacks by Iran. And he's prevented the Middle East from erupting into an all-out regional war. And he has just secured a ceasefire that will stop the fighting in Gaza, surge more humanitarian aid to suffering Palestinian civilians, and reunite the hostages with their families. In Afghanistan, he ended America's longest war, one that spanned 4 presidents, and he refused to hand it over to one more. And he has always understood that the power of our example counts for more than the example of our power. President Biden showed the world the strength and the resolve that only a democracy can muster. Now, as I said, his leadership is rooted in his decades of expertise. President Biden processes policy at graduate levels. And I learned quickly that whenever I went over to the White House, I needed to be prepared to dive deep on key issues, because inevitably, the president will send a question your way. And he'll ask something that takes it to the next level. He insists on hearing a range of views, and he's not afraid of making the big decisions. And he also has a secret weapon, because he's not just the president, he's also Dr. Jill Biden's husband. America knows Dr. Biden as a great educator and a role model.
But at the Department of Defense, we also know that she's a proud daughter of a World War II veteran. And she's a long-time champion of our military families and veterans. Dr. Biden, we are deeply, deeply grateful for your continued leadership of joining forces. Your work increased employment opportunities for military spouses. It improved education for military children. It enhanced military family health and much, much more. And it was great to get to visit Maxwell Air Force Base in Alabama with you recently, where we got to see a universal pre-K class at a Department of Defense school up close. Now, our first family is also a military family. President Biden and Dr. Biden know firsthand what our military families carry, both the worry and the pride. And you can see it in their fierce love for our troops. And I've seen it over and over again. I've been there, Mr. President, when you've reached out to grieving families. I've seen you focus your entire being on a service member, a military spouse, or a military child. And by the way, nobody is going to stop Joe Biden from wading into a crowd of troops. He loves to grab a service member's cell phone and call a stunned loved one. And of course, everyone gets a selfie. Mr. President, that's just who you are. You've pushed hard to make life easier for our troops and their families. Base pay for our troops is up almost 10% since you were sworn in. We're expanding access to affordable child care. And we're doing far more to help military spouses excel in their own careers. President Biden has also worked hard with Congress to invest in America's future. The department's budget last year was $100 billion more than in his first year. And that will help keep our United States military the strongest fighting force on earth. Now, President Biden always ends his speeches the same way, with the same 5 words. He always says, "May God protect our troops." And he means every word, every time. Mr. President, it has been an honor to serve with you. And I hope that future presidents and secretaries of defense will enjoy similar relationships of trust, candor, and friendship. Our entire department stands together today. We salute your service to the republic that we defend. And we are deeply, deeply grateful for your love of our troops. Thank you, Mr. President and Dr. Biden. May God bless you and your family, and may God continue to bless the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce one last time the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
See it? Am I going the right direction? Talk to me, Sandra. I can't.
Thank you. Every time I'm here, it's made me so damn proud to be an American.
Is it coming the right way?
Almost all of you as well. 1% of you are defending 99% of us. We owe you big. Just over 240 years ago, George Washington gave his farewell address to the Continental Army. Still astonished by their victory and by their unity, Washington asked, and I quote, "Who that was not a witness could imagine the men who came from different parts of the continent would instantly become one patriotic band of brothers." That's what you are, one patriotic band of brothers. Vice President Harris, Jill, Doug, Secretary Austin, Secretary Brown, two of the best decisions ever made in my career, by my dad. Service secretaries, members of Congress, and most importantly, this patriotic band of service members before me. Serving as your commander-in-chief has been the greatest honor of my life. While I'm deeply grateful for your thanks and affection, I'm here to thank you. Thank you for your service to our nation, and for allowing me to bear witness to your courage, your commitment, your character. As I listened to the choir sing, I thought about it. You all represent what America is: character, honesty, integrity, commitment. Like Washington, it left me astonished, and I mean it. Over the years, I've frequently seen you in action in war zones in Bosnia, Baghdad, Fallujah, Kabul. I'm going to bore the hell out of you, but Helmand, Kandahar, and other places. I remember one trip to Afghanistan as vice president. I was at a forward operating base, Wardak Province, which is in eastern Afghanistan. I was asked by a commanding officer to pin a Bronze Star on a soldier for his heroism. A soldier's teammate was hit while driving in a Humvee. This soldier did everything possible to rescue his colleague from the burning flames. When I went to pin the medal on him, the soldier looked at me and said, "I don't want it. I don't want it. He died. I don't want it." In that moment, all I could think about was the incredible courage and humility, the moral compass that this soldier had, that all of you have. This is not hyperbole. You are simply the greatest fighting force in the history of the world. In the history of the world. That's a fact. That's not hyperbole, that's a fact. And there's never been a time in history when we've asked our military to do so many different things, so many places, all at the same time. And I want to be clear, you've done all these missions with strength, and maybe even importantly, with integrity. When I ask you to end our nation's longest war, it rose to the occasion, evacuating Americans, allies, and our Afghan partners, accomplishing the largest airlift in military history, and ending a war with the same courage that defined American service in Afghanistan for over 20 years. I believe history will reflect it was the right thing to do, but I know it was hard. After decades of losing your brothers and sisters, including the withdrawal, the pain was still real. And it was for me as well. Every day I still carry it, every single day. It's my schedule. On the back of the schedule, every single day, at the top since I've been here, it says daily U.S. troops in Afghanistan. U.S. troops have died in Afghanistan. 2,465. Not over 2,000, 2,465. Troops wounded. 20,000 769. And every day will honor their sacrifice for continuing the mission for which they gave their lives. Fighting terrorism, defending our homeland, and protecting the American people. 6 months after that war ended, when Russia began its largest war in Europe since World War II, I asked you to help defend Ukraine. You didn't hesitate. You kept Ukraine in the fight, trained Ukrainian soldiers and pilots, troops, bolstered NATO's eastern flank, and above all, you showed the world America stands up for freedom, stands with our friends. America stands strong with our allies. We never bend down. We bend down to no one, certainly not Putin. And now, nearly 3 years later, Putin has failed to take Kyiv, failed to make large territorial gains, and failed to break NATO. As a matter of fact, when I spoke to him on the phone, he talked about he wanted us to be the Finland of Europe. And I pointed out to him at the time, for real, that you not only get the Finland of Europe, you're going to get the Finlandization, not of Europe. You're going to see Europe joining NATO, Finland joining NATO, Sweden joining NATO. And America's watch. Dictators do not get to do whatever the hell they want. Then following Hamas's terrorism on October the 7th, I asked you to, excuse my back, by the way. My mother would be very upset. I asked you to deploy to the Middle East. Again, you stepped up, pulling long nights and long deployments to weaken Hamas, to defend Israel against unprecedented attacks on Iran. Imagine had we not. If we don't lead the world, who will lead the world? Who? And twice, you stood up to the attacks by the Houthis in the Red Sea. Last year, I spoke with the women and men aboard the destroyer that took down the first Houthi attacks. It was the USS Carney. And I want you to tell you all what I told them. We owe you. We owe you. And back in May, yesterday I proud to announce a ceasefire, the hostage deal between Israel and Hamas. The road to that deal was not easy. It was 8 months ago I laid down the elements of that deal in May, embraced by countries around the world, because they know we say what we mean, endorsed overwhelmingly by the UN Security Council. It's taken 8 months of nonstop, relentless effort from my administration to get it done. But because of you, all of you standing behind me, because of you, because of so many diplomats and defense professionals, we kept the pressure on Hamas. And we got it done. We got it done. And finally, when I ask you to strengthen America's position in the Pacific, in the middle of all the other conflicts and crises, you said no problem. You kept China in check. Remember when we took office? China was going to overcome the United States economically and politically by 2030. Everybody wrote that, except here in this building. The skies open, the seas free, and our allies close. You established our first trilateral defense partnership with Australia and the United Kingdom. Our first trilateral partnership that we said couldn't get done with Japan and the Philippines. And our first trilateral partnership between Japan and South Korea. Remember that? Camp David that said we couldn't do it. It wasn't me. It was America. We did it. That's what America does. And people know America's acting out of character. Our nation is so much, and so many others. Our nation has asked so much, so many others as well. Doctors and nurses, helping service members to learn to walk again, eat again, speak again. The National Guard members who dropped everything to help their fellow Americans during the fires and hurricanes. The Marines guarding embassies around the world. The scientists making sure we have an edge over adversaries. Interpreters who make our missions possible. And perhaps most importantly, your families. They sacrifice so much. And I might add, the doctors and nurses. Excuse a point of personal privilege, as used to say in the Senate. Came home I commuted every day. Every single day, over 2,100,000 miles on Amtrak because I lost my family when I first got here. My oldest son one day went home, he was the Attorney General. He said, Dad, what are you doing Friday? I said, what do you want me to do? He said, why don't you pin my bars on? I said, what? He said, you're married with 2 children. He said, no, Dad, but someone's got to go. He spent a year in Iraq, won the Bronze Star, Conspicuous Service Medal. But like many others, he was exposed to those burn pits, which were within about half a mile of where he bunked. He had stage 4 glioblastoma like so many other of our folks. And I watched the nurses and the doctors who took care of him for so long. And by the way, I want to take a moment to speak to all military spouses, kids, and parents here today. Most Americans never see the sacrifices that you make every single day. They'll never see all those holidays and birthdays with an empty seat at the dinner table because mom or dad was deployed. They'll never see all the moves you had to make to new states, to new schools, to new jobs. But I see it, and Jill saw it. She made it her life's work. She's done everything big and small. Helped military spouses find child care and build their own careers. By hanging photos, employed moms and dads outside classrooms of those National Guard folks. Because on every holiday, every time there's something going on, their moms or dads weren't there. But no one ever mentioned it. She started getting in every classroom in America to put a picture of an employed mom or dad outside the classroom. Even this morning, she held an event for joining forces, an historic White House initiative to support military and veterans' families. Because as the poet John Milton wrote, they also serve who only stand and wait. They also serve only stand and wait. So for the last time as Commander-in-Chief, I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you to all the families. We owe you. I've long said as a nation, we have many obligations. But I said we only have one truly sacred obligation. That's to prepare those we send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. Over the last 4 years, Kamala and I have worked on laws to support you, including something that I felt so strongly about, the passage of the PACT Act. We drafted that law and we passed it. Now it's already helped over 1 million service members and their survivors, their children, their access, everything from college to health care. These people were exposed to toxins. In my generation to Agent Orange, my son's generation to burn pits. But we had to prove that what you had, with your disease, all the brain damage, all the brain cancers, were a direct consequence of those toxins or Agent Orange. But we changed that. And I want to publicly thank the 9/11 Commission. All those folks, all those firefighters were so badly, badly damaged because of the fumes and the toxins associated with the 9/11. And those of you who are the Vietnam generation, finally, all you had to prove was that stuff dropped on you, and it didn't cause. They didn't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt it caused your disease. Just state the fact and you're covered. We've invested over $1 trillion in our defense industry base. In real dollars, that's more than America did in any 4-year period during the Cold War. We've also invested record resources to fight the scourge of military suicide. No more calling and saying, my husband needs help. He needs help. You get an answer. We brought veterans' homelessness to record lows. Made historic changes in the military justice system, which has reduced the rates of sexual assault for the first time in nearly a decade. We ended the ban on transgender service. We took landmark steps to create more economic opportunities for military spouses. We expanded opportunities for women in combat roles. And I'm proud to have appointed the first woman as a service chief in the history of this country. Clap for that, folks, because she deserves it. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but the women in my family are a hell of a lot smarter than the men in my family. Look, if there's one thing I hope to take away from today, it's this. This is not hyperbole. You're truly the finest fighting force in the history of the world. That's not hyperbole. That's true. Everything I and others have asked of you, you've done. You've done with honor, commitment, grit, and guts. Let me close with a final request. I say it not as your president or commander-in-chief. I say it as a man who spent 50 years of his life serving his country in a different way. Remember your oath. My son, Major Bo Biden, used to call it home base. That's a set of principles of values that give you light in darkness, that guide you. It's true to the military, it's the best weapons, the best training in the world. We have the most cutting-edge ships, planes, and subs. We have the smartest, most well-trained force on earth. That's all critical. But that alone is not what makes us strong. This is not what brought Washington, this band of brothers together all those years ago. It's our values. I mean this sincerely. It's our values, American values, our commitment to honor, to integrity, to unity, to protecting and defending not a person or a party or a place, but an idea. Literally unlike, as a student of history, I can say, unlike any other in human history. And that idea is the United States of America is unique in the world. Virtually every other nation in the world is based on geography, ethnicity, or religion, or some defining feature. We're the only nation in the world, only nation in history built on an idea that we're all created equal. We know the words by heart. We're endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. Among them, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. That's the idea that generations of service members have fought for. An idea you have sworn an oath to defend. As a nation, we've never fully lived up to that idea, but we've never, ever, ever walked away from it. Our country is counting on you to ensure that that will always be true. As I said when I began, 1% of you defend 99% of the people across this nation. That's why you all deserve a special place in our hearts and in God's heart. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Battery level is low. Aircraft will return to the home point in 10 seconds. Return to home. Landing.
veces que se moja el culo. Vamos, que me viene bien sacarme alguna. Y le ha hecho el bordillo más bajo. No, que me están preguntando por él los amigos. Me han dicho eso, que suban para arriba. El hijo de Marta, de esta gente. No, dice, no, anda, que siento a hablar. ¿Qué me han hablado? Que pasar a Marta. Ya no sé, ¿no? No, que me estoy yendo para atrás, digo, le ha faltado a la chica
on its to deploying the first simulated Starlink satellites and the second booster catch attempt. We're kicking off 2025 in style here in the Lone Star State. So hold on to your butts because it's going to be a wild year.
And it's all ramping up as we chase after that full reusability for the world's biggest rocket. And we're going to be with you today every step of the way. Also joining us, though, amid a very excited crowd growing over there in Hawthorne, is Jesse Anderson. Jesse, how's everything going in L.A.?
Hey, Dan and Kate. Everything is all good here on the factory floor. We're just outside of Mission Control, and we're T-minus 31 minutes away, but we already have a really big crowd here building. There you go. Starting to build up here. Every flight of Starship has made huge progress, and today is another exciting one. We're joined by Starship, Raptor, and Starlink teams here with me today, and everyone is getting super excited for this flight test. So with that in mind, I expect it to get very loud in here soon. But for now, I'm going to hand it back over to you guys at Starbase for a quick look back at the flights that brought us here today.
Hey, thanks, Jesse. Now, the more we fly safely, the faster we learn, the sooner we realize full and rapid reuse. The previous 6 flight tests proved we're on the right track. Each one of those tests provides a ton of invaluable data and, of course, some pretty great views along the way.
Oh, yeah. Every one of those tests informed the upgrades that are debuting on today's flight test. And you know, we've all been watching this, following through the incredible testing campaign for every flight. And man, I can't wait for today as well as everything else we've got planned this year.
Just a recap of what happened just before this flight test. Our most recent one was back in November 19th. That was Flight 6. It lifted off at 4 p.m. Central from Starbase, Texas, just a couple miles over our shoulder.
It was a gorgeous sunset ascent. Let's take a look.
Sudden, we put the
Economic news.
satellites. With pretty unparalleled payload capacity and full reusability, Starship's going to be able to deploy our more advanced V3 Starlink satellites, which is going to help us continue to revolutionize global connectivity. Each of those Starlink V3 launches on Starship is going to add about 60 terabits per second of capacity to the Starlink network. And that alone is that's more than 20 times the capacity we're getting with every V2 Mini flight on a Falcon 9 right now. That just helps further Starlink's impact in the coming years as we expand access to high-speed internet all around the world and eventually beyond. And those Starlink simulators are going to be on the same suborbital trajectory as Starship, and they're expected to demise upon entry. Starship itself, its trajectory looks very similar to all of our last several flights, suborbital, splashdown targeted into the Indian Ocean, a couple hundred miles off the western coast of Australia. And then the other on-orbit thing we're doing is going to be relighting a single Raptor engine while in space. We knocked that out last time. V2 ship, new propellant system. Let's do it again on this one.
Ship's going to be busy. Now, of course, we can't forget to add that today's Super Heavy booster is reflying flight-proven hardware for the first time. A Raptor engine that flew on the booster that was caught during Starship's 5th flight test. You can see it there on your screen. This flight-proven engine, we've got Raptor 314 there, hence why there's a piece of pie on this nozzle. Maybe we can get that image rotated so you can see it a little bit better. Yeah, there we go. If you didn't already know, we like our jokes around here. So that's what we have planned for today's flight test, and so far everything is on track as we continue to count down. We're now within 23 minutes of launch. We're at 22 minutes and 52 seconds. Everything continues to look good. Still a little breezy, but that's okay for us.
Yeah, we set up our desk in a wind tunnel today. It's probably windier here than it is anywhere else, but weather's cooperating, really clear skies, no rain today, still well within our limits for booster launch or catch. Not tracking any issues on vehicle as we continue to count down. We're still loading prop on board. Our range team also reporting that the range looks like it will be clear at our current T0. So that's super important. We're going to keep an eye on that all the way up to the end.
As for what we've already done with the vehicle leading up to today, we stacked the vehicle over the weekend. We lifted the ship on top of the Super Heavy booster. Hours ago, we cleared the site of all personnel, and of course, our flight controllers came on console, some of them sitting in the building behind Dan and I. And as Dan mentioned, the range team was deployed. They are standing by in the Gulf to make sure that the booster has a clear to return back to here at the launch tower, but also they're located in the Indian Ocean, standing by to make sure that the targeted landing zone for the ship is also clear as well.
And then we knock out a whole bunch of things in the hours before launch. We do an alignment on all the guidance, navigation, and control. We did tank purges, pressure checkouts, make sure we were ready for prop load, check the booster, quick disconnects, and the ship one. We demate the chopsticks. We actually do a little wiggle check on them, make sure we have control, as we're going to be using those for catch. Load up all of the hydraulics that are on the tower, and then we did the initial locks and methane chills, getting them ready for prop load.
Now, speaking of prop load, we conducted the go, no-go poll for prop load at 3:30, so a little bit less than an hour ago. All was good there. Prop load is underway. The LOX load on the booster started at T-minus 45 minutes, and fuel started at T-minus 43 minutes. Booster fuel will start at T-minus 41 minutes, and then LOX on the booster started at T-minus 35. So that will all wrap up at T-minus 3 minutes and 20 minutes on the ship side, and at T-minus 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the booster side. So everything is looking good. Propellant is loading.
Yeah, looks like we're about half full of everything on booster, 3/4 of the way there on ship, looking good for a launch today. With that, though, let's jump over. Let's check back in with Jesse real quick and all of our teams out at Hawthorne.
Thanks, Dan and Kate, and great to hear the updates with the vehicle as we prepare for liftoff. There is a lot more people here, as expected. Love it. All the Raptor engines are built here, so there's a lot of that team here in the crowd, so they have a strong connection to the Starship flight today. Every flight test gets us closer to a fully operational Starship, which gets us closer to our ultimate goal to make humanity a multiplanetary species. To establish cities on Mars, we're going to need high-cadence, low-cost flights for cargo and crew. As the only fully reusable rocket with this kind of capability, Starship is the only vehicle in development that will be able to unlock our multi-planet future. Starship uses a first-of-its-kind on-orbit propellant transfer to refuel in orbit in preparation for these long trips. With milestones like ship catch and in-orbit prop transfer coming up, 2025 promises to be huge for Starship and our journey to Mars, with our first trip currently planned for the end of 2026. Between the reusability, low cost, and heavy lift capabilities, this all comes together to help us deliver up to 100 people at a time to destinations both near and far, and to deliver payloads farther and at a lower cost than any other vehicle. We'll be able to launch more massive payloads than anything else flying or in development today, capable of sending things like giant space telescopes or the next generations of space stations into orbit on a single launch. So while today's flight is just a test, the future is much closer than we realize. But one flight test at a time, so let's head back to Dan and Kate for a closer look at Starship.
Thanks, Jesse. Starship features two major parts: the ship, which has 6 Raptor engines, and the Super Heavy booster, which has 33 Raptor engines. The Raptor engine is a reusable methane-oxygen staged combustion engine that powers the Starship system and has twice the thrust of the Falcon 9 Merlin engine. Now, just like we saw flights 1 through 6, the current iteration of Starship is an experimental vehicle flying for development. As we mentioned earlier, today's flight is debuting a ton of upgrades that we've had in the works in order to increase Starship's reliability and performance. Several of these upgrades will also unlock our ability to fly longer missions, something that we'll want to do as we start doing orbital flights around Earth.
And then to get an even better sense of just how big Starship is, we can start here. Let's take a person about 2 meters tall. Towering over that, you got your Millennium Falcon clocking in at 35. Just above that, we've got a Falcon 9 rocket, payload fairing attached. Double that height, you're up at 70 meters. And then topping it all off, nearly twice the size, it's a fully stacked Starship up to 123, got 2 meters taller. Altogether, the ship, 52 meters, Super Heavy boosters, 71. And what's super fun is we're going to make ship and booster even taller in the future.
Which is crazy, because turning around and looking at it and thinking that it's going to be bigger, that's mind-blowing.
Make the ship as tall as the booster.
Now, moving up the rocket, the ship features 6 Raptor engines. 3 optimized for sea level performance and 3 optimized for vacuum performance. Raptor Vacuum, or RVAC, is a similar design to the Raptor engine, but features a larger exhaust section and a larger expansion nozzle to maximize the engine's efficiency in space. Our upgraded ship that we're debuting today carries about 300 more tons of propellant than the last flight's ship, bumping it up from 1,200 metric tons to about 1,500 metric tons. It's a lot. The ship is designed for vertical takeoff and landing on any hard surface. Now, the ship is also outfitted with newly redesigned forward flaps that are used to aerodynamically control the vehicle's attitude during atmospheric flight and enable a precision landing. The new flaps are lighter and positioned more leeward or away from the heat shield.
Now, to reach full reusability, the ship has to be able to survive re-entry not just one time, but multiple times. The ship's heat shield is essentially what does the job for that. We've been iterating on that every single flight, building towards that heat shield that requires no refurbishment between flights. Now, the heat shield is composed of thousands of hexagonal ceramic tiles. They're designed to insulate the vehicle during that atmospheric entry where temperatures ramp up to as high as about 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit. A rapidly reusable heat shield has never been flown in history, so continuously improving this, flying new experiments, those are all key focuses of all of our flight tests right now.
And in between the first and second stages is our hot stage, which we saw in actions on flights 2 through 6. The hot staging maneuver is when the upper stage engines are ignited before the booster engines, before those booster engines are completely cut off. With hot staging, the rocket never stops accelerating during separation, so it's more efficient than traditional stage separation. One of the hallmarks of Starship flights are the incredible views that we get throughout flight, of course, courtesy of Starlink. Every day, we're working to expand the Starlink network both on Earth and in space. Here's Jesse with more.
Fans of Starship may know that Starlink enables us to bring you lots of unprecedented views, both from space and here on Earth. In addition to the dozens of cameras on Starship itself, we also have mobile Starlink camera kits deployed in the Indian Ocean, connected to our aerial assets and all around Starbase, which all come together to help tell the incredible story of Starship, both on and off planet. Thanks to Starlink, Starship is capable of streaming more than 120 megabits of real-time, high-definition video and telemetry in every phase of flight, providing invaluable engineering data to help engineers rapidly iterate across all systems. And all of that streaming data will be put to good use with the more than 30 cameras on the vehicle for today's flight test. Starlink is the world's largest satellite constellation, operating in low Earth orbit to deliver high-speed, low-latency broadband internet, providing access to people around the world, many who have never had connectivity before. Starlink now serves more than 119 countries, territories, and other markets. And here at SpaceX, we've been developing Starlink's communication capabilities not just for humans on Earth, but for astronauts in space. Our recent Polaris Dawn mission, we deployed a high-speed internet connection in Dragon for the very first time. Here's a quick look at how that went.
Starlink is an amazing
these systems on the tower and a manual command from our mission flight director for the day. If we don't send that command before the boost back burn ends, or if any of those automated checks kick us out, that's what happened on Flight 6, the Super Heavy booster will divert to an offshore trajectory, and it'll go out into a landing burn and a soft splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico.
Now, we have said it before, but it remains true today. We accept no compromises when it comes to ensuring the safety of the public and our team, and that return will only take place if the conditions are right.
And one of the unique aspects of Starship flights is the return and the catch of that Super Heavy booster and the audible sonic boom that it comes with it in the area around the return location. General impact to anyone in the area is just a brief thunder-like noise, but it definitely lets you know it's coming.
Oh, yeah. It's something our neighbors in Cape Canaveral, Florida and Vandenberg, California have become accustomed to over the years, and now we're bringing the boom to Boca. So here's a peek of what to expect.
As I mentioned earlier, we have Starship, Raptor, and Starlink employees here fully invested in this flight test. And of course, many other SpaceX employees also here across our site supporting their teams, their teammates. Every flight test has been pretty unique, and we're all very excited for another round of firsts, but I'm pretty sure the crowd is looking forward to potentially watching those chopsticks catch another booster. So let's see how excited they are today. Just under 5 minutes to go. We are all very excited here. We're going to send it back to you at Starbase for the final minutes of the countdown. Kate and Dan.
All right, thank you, Jesse. So if you just tuned in under 5 minutes ago, you picked the right time to do it. Just a quick status check. So we're almost fully loaded on the booster. We'll be fully loaded on the ship, fully loaded on the booster coming up soon. Our range team just reported that we're looking go in the range. That's super important.
Great
Our
news.
security guys, Mike, Kyle, Nick, the whole team out there in the elements, making sure everything's clear, doing a fantastic job. And we are coming up on 4 minutes and looking good for launch.
Yeah, certainly exciting. Now, we do have an opportunity to hold at T-minus 40 seconds if necessary. This is a chance for us to perform additional checks if necessary. If we, need to repressurize some tanks, or if there's a wayward vessel in the range last minute, opportunity to clear it out. But everything currently looking good. Now, once we pass T-minus 40 seconds, a number of events will occur in rapid succession. The ground spin and ignition systems come up to flight pressure. The ship will go to internal power. After that, the quick disconnect, or QD, arm lockout is removed in preparation for retraction, which will happen shortly after T0. And yeah, once we pass T-minus 40 seconds, we do have the ability to recycle the count under certain conditions back to that T-minus 40 second mark and hold there to assess what happened and assess opportunity to proceed again to T0.
Yep, we've used that T-minus 40 hold a couple of times. Boat's usually one of the items, but we aren't tracking anything right now that would cause us to hold there. We can hold there for several minutes. Main thing you're watching at is you kind of set a clocks because your temperatures will change and the fuel in the locks, everything pretty quickly. So you've got a couple of minutes that you can hang out and figure things out. There are items that if we pass them, we're scrubbed for the day. One of the main ones is that flame deflector at the bottom of the launch mount. Water begins flowing for that at the T-minus 10 second mark. If we scrub at any point after that, we'll be done for the day. And then teams will need to refill the deflector as well as all of our prop that we use to load on board the vehicle. It's pretty much just under 11 million pounds of prop setting on that thing right now. And we can actually recycle in about 24 hours now.
Which is incredible given the sheer volume of propellant that is on board the vehicle there on your screen.
All right, coming up on the 2-minute mark. Again, a lot of ambitious things on the plate for Starship today.
T-minus 2 minutes.
New ship, new year, a lot of upgrades, doing a lot of ambitious things in space this time. Our first payload deploy, relighting a Raptor engine. We're looking good.
So as we mentioned before, we have an opportunity to hold at T-minus 40 seconds, not tracking any issues at the moment that would be necessary right now. So fingers crossed we can pass through that checkpoint without stopping. But the folks on console are continuing to evaluate the launch commit criteria, making sure that the winds are within limits as well as any other weather restrictions. But man, compared to yesterday, this is a textbook gorgeous day.
Oh yeah, a little breezy today, but we got clear blue skies for a launch today. So at this point, all the prop has been loaded on the vehicle. We've closed everything out. We're doing our final thrust vector control, or steering for the engine checkouts. Once we hit the 30-second mark, we'll hear the flight director give the final go for launch. So we're under a minute. As we said, we're not expecting a hold at T-minus 40. But do not be shocked if that happens. It has happened in the past, and we can hang out there for a couple of minutes if we need to.
If memory serves me right,
we hold my breath for 4 seconds.
Pass through prop load gate.
All right, we passed right through that prop load gate.
Hot diggity dog.
All right, so we're going to let our flight director, Ty Huntington, take it away.
Go for launch.
And 20 seconds.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have liftoff.
Vehicle's pitching downrange.
Booster chamber pressure is nominal.
All right, we're more than 30 seconds into flight. Telemetry showing 33 out of 33 engines as it's pitching downrange.
Booster, chip, avionics, power, and telemetry nominal.
Hearing good call-outs on the ship and booster avionics. You just heard the rumble hitting us about 6 miles away. Watching Starship arc into just endless blue skies right now.
Vehicle supersonic.
More than a minute into flight, the vehicle's supersonic.
Max Q.
So we just passed through max Q. That's the greatest stress the vehicle's going to experience on the way uphill. Reminder that all of our teams down here on the ground are now looking at systems on the tower. They just did a manual check through. That's going to inform that manual flight director's decision. Next moment coming up, though, is going to be hot staging. Don't take your eyes off it. It's one heck of a light show.
What a gorgeous ascent.
6 ship engines getting ready to ignite. That's going to happen while we're still attached.
We can still see the ship's engines from the ground.
Got a little under 30 seconds away from that. We are hearing good call-outs on the tower preparedness from the manual checks. Reminder, though, we've still got automated checkouts on the booster and the ship itself. But as of right now, our manual checks and our manual commanding is looking go for a catch.
Booster engine cut off.
That is incredible news. We just heard the call out for booster engine
Nico,
cut off.
Engine startup.
Most engines cut off, down to those
Stage
middle
separation.
three.
Cruise back burn startup.
All right, hot stage confirmed. We've got a
nominal.
booster hopefully on its way back to us, and a ship now making its ascent burn into space. How's it going in Hawthorne, Jesse?
It's great over here. You can hear the crowd screaming for every milestone. The booster is now making its way back down to Earth. Looks like we have 12 of those 13 engines ignited. We're using the engines that actually gimbal.
We are go for booster return.
An excellent call out there. We are go for booster return.
Avionics, power and telemetry nominal.
There's a lot of criteria that needed to line up to ensure that we could have a safe booster catch, and it sounds like we got the go for that. And there you can see on your screen, we had we just jettisoned the hot stage, and there's a great, excellent view there of the hot stage floating away from the super heavy booster. Now we've shut down the engines for that boost back burn. That confirms boost back burn is now complete. That was the first of 2 burns required for the vehicle to make its way back down to Earth. And next coming up will be the landing burn. That's going to be 13 of those center engines igniting again. And that will then go down from 13 down to 3 engines just right before we touch down for that booster catch. Now, reminder, our stage 1 objectives are to have a controlled ascent, stage separation, as well as a controlled boost back burn and hot stage as well. So we're looking good for that so far. Some great views there from the ship of Earth. That looks incredible. Now, Starship's ship is still firing its engines right now.
Starship trajectory nominal.
And great call-outs. Starship trajectory is nominal. You can follow along the telemetry, the altitude in the bottom left-hand corner for the super heavy booster, as well as the bottom right-hand corner for the ship. And these views are just amazing. Again, the booster is currently making its way back to the tower today. So we're looking forward to a booster catch with the chopsticks. And in the meantime, you can see those grid fins there, helping to control the vehicle and guide it back to its landing site.
Booster FTS is saved.
Now with that, we're gonna hand it back. How's it going over there, Dan and Kate? How are you doing, Kate? Seeing that in person.
You know, Dan had to take that entire segment because I couldn't talk. That was incredible.
There it is.
We can see the booster coming back in now through the plume. At least it looks that way to us. It's incredible that it basically returns. It looks like a speeding, just like this silver flare coming back to the. Once again, we are standing by for attempting to catch the booster at the tower. This would be the second tower catch.
Booster
landing burn. Seeing 13 engines.
Booster now hovering as it aligns with the tower for catch.
Booster coming in. Get ready for that boom, Kate.
Down to 3 engines.
Booster ready for shutdown. Make it go ahead, caught the booster.
You heard it here, Mechzilla has caught the booster.
Once again, for the second time, a successful catch by the launch tower. This is the same tower, the launch pad, where that booster took off from just 7.5 minutes ago. Great view from the
Bullseye.
chopstick arms, looking at those hypersonic grid fins that steer the booster for that precision landing. It
And
almost
I mean,
looks
you
like it's
can-
flapping its
Yeah,
wings.
you can see just how small that catch fitting is too on something that's just so massive.
That was absolutely insane.
Meanwhile,
we're not done, but
We're
wait,
not
there's
done
more.
yet.
Wow, that is just absolutely stunning. And this, of course, a gorgeous view there from the tower looking down at the top of the booster.
All right, and we are tracking.
Now we're standing by for views from the ship, but who can take their eyes off of that incredible sight? That is once again the second catch of a booster back at the launch tower. It was incredible to see it come back down, just this silver flare in the sky. And we can still see the launch plume behind us, and wow, that we definitely, I can't speak for you, Dan, but that was very moving for me.
Yeah, and right now you can see some of the telemetry on those ship engines has gone out, and we're waiting for an update on what our ship status is. We were approaching that ship engine cutoff time, so just waiting to hear. So obviously we've got booster back, booster on the launch tower in the chopstick arms, but we are waiting to get an update now on the ship. As we were expecting ship engine cutoff about 40 seconds ago. We saw some of those engines start to go out prior to that point. And so right now we are just standing by to try and get the latest word on where we are with ships. So stick with us for just a couple of minutes as we wait to hear some updates.
Now, if you just recently joined us, you might want to hit rewind and go back about 9-10 minutes ago to when Starship lifted off from the launch tower that you see there. We had a gorgeous ascent followed by a stage separation where the ship separated from the super heavy booster. The booster performed a flip maneuver and returned back to the Gulf Coast here. There you can see it on your screen. Obviously a successful catch back at the launch tower, which is something that we were all hoping to see and really couldn't ask for a more beautiful background with those blue skies and blue water there. As Dan said, we are standing by for an update on the ship that had ignited its engines and started making its way up to space. So standing by for more info on that. But wow, what an experience to see that take off and for that booster to come back. You can see it there up close on your screen to the place that it launched from. Once again, there were thousands of catch commit criteria, which is basically just all the things that we have to assess and evaluate and basically make sure that they are make sure that everything is clear and acceptable conditions, both on the vehicle side as well as the tower side, in order to enable that catch. So obviously from the last two flights that we have done, where the Flight 6 we attempted but had to divert into the ocean, and then on Flight 5 we did have the first ever successful catch of the booster. We used the learnings of those two flights to hone in that catch commit criteria, and we saw success today, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah. And just a quick status check. So we currently do not have comms with the ship. So trying to figure out exactly when that happened and exactly what happened. So obviously the flight controllers right now going through their data, looking to make sure it's not anything instrumentation on the ship, but actually try and get us a status. So again, we're gonna keep listening in on this. We'll give you an update as soon as we have a little bit more. So for now, stage 1 back in the tower, waiting to find out a little bit more about stage 2. So if you are just tuning in, we caught a booster, but we are still waiting to find out a little bit more on the ship. So it had successfully separated. We did that hot staging maneuver. We did see all 6 of ship's engines on the way uphill during its ascent. But as we were getting to the end of that ascent burn, we saw engines dropping out on telemetry, and we have since lost contact with the ship. So again, we're still listening in on the loops, trying to figure out how much we can get right now. But again, stick with us. We'll bring you updates as soon as we hear them. Really exciting. We were able to catch the booster today. Obviously, we want to get the ship all the way over to the Indian Ocean. May not be able to do that at this point, but we'll give you some updates as soon as we hear a little bit more about the ship.
For those that didn't catch earlier, this was a new version of the ship. This was its debut flight. So a lot of learnings here for sure as we continue to tune in and listen in with the teams and try to gather more information to understand where we stand with the ship. But as Dan mentioned before, teams are trying to make sure that it's not an instrumentation error. We want to find out if it's, did we just lose communication or did something else happen with the ship? So teams are actively working, trying to figure out what we can find out, and we're continuing to listen in and find out more information to share as we can. But as we said before, and you can see it there on your screen, what a beautiful, beautiful sight to see another booster back at the launch tower. That was successfully caught just minutes ago after sending the ship off into space, and having seen it for the first time with my own eyeballs in person, it was pretty awesome. And yeah, the thunder-like sonic boom was really fun to experience.
Yeah. So we are getting a little bit more. So we did lose all communications with the ship. So I mean, that is essentially telling us that we had an anomaly with that upper stage. So we were just coming up to the end of that ascent burn for the ship when we stopped when we started to lose a couple of the engines. We saw those dropping out, and then we did lose telemetry from the ship. So that means we didn't have contact with it. So at this point, we are assuming that the ship has been lost. So this was a brand new vehicle, essentially. This was kind of an upgrade version. So with that, there's a lot of things you're upgrading, but there's a lot of things you're going to learn as all of those systems are now interacting with each other for the first time. But at this point, we did lose the upper stage of the ship. So again, we're gonna listen in and try and figure out a little bit more about what happened. And obviously, we'll do kind of a full breakdown once we get smarter ourselves in the coming hours and days as well.
For sure. Now, for those that have recently tuned in, we're now a little over T plus 16 and a half minutes after liftoff. We do believe that we have lost the ship during its ascent phase. It's successfully separated from the Super Heavy booster, but during that ascent phase, a couple of the engines dropped out, and then shortly thereafter, we lost communication with the vehicle. So we are assuming that we have lost the ship, but we are standing by to confirm that, and once we can, we will. But this was a new version of the ship, of Starship, and it was intentionally designed and flown in order to basically test the envelope, as we have done with every one of these test flights, the keyword there being test, and really trying to understand the boundaries and the maximums for the ability of this vehicle to fly and understand where those boundaries are. So we always knew that excitement is guaranteed today, success not guaranteed. And so yeah, we are standing by to see if we can learn more about the status of the ship. Thanks, everyone, for continuing to stick around as we were checking in on the status of the ship. At this point in time, we can confirm that we did lose the ship. However, Starship, the total vehicle, did have an on-time liftoff at 4:37 p.m. Central Time from the launch pad just behind us at Starbase, Texas. Gorgeous ascent and successful stage separation. The booster pushed the ship off, and the ship disconnected during that stage separation. The booster came back for a successful, the second ever booster catch at the launch tower, which was pretty incredible to see.
Yeah, it was great to see the booster come down, but we are obviously bummed out about ship. It looked like we lost contact with it a little under 8.5 minutes into flight. That's roughly when you start to get to that main engine cutoff. We obviously need to go through all the data. It's going to take some time. In the next hours, days, we're going to figure out exactly what happened, come back, fly the next one, get even farther. Reminder, it's a test. It's a flight test. It's an experimental vehicle. So we'll figure out what ended our day today and make sure it doesn't end our day tomorrow. So as we do that, we're going to continue to provide you updates on our X account on SpaceX.com. So just continue to tune in there. As we learn what happened, we'll be ready to share it.
Exactly. So for now, we are going to wrap up our webcast. We'd like to thank the folks in the county for supporting the launch, as well as the agencies that enable us to launch, and of course to our viewers for tuning in.
And thank you, Kate, for coming down, doing this with me. It was great to have you here.
I'd do it again in a heartbeat.
All right. Well, that'll do it for us. We'll see you guys at the next Starship flight test.
고생하십니다.